Hey, what's up, guys? It's X Morgan from My Spiritual Life. And today, you guys, I am so excited. I have AJ from The Money Store, which is another YouTube channel all about the religion called La Luz del Mundo. And I have been dying to get this guy on here to talk to you guys and tell you guys about this religion. I learned about it earlier this year from one of my siblings who was serving a mission in Mexico. And ever since hearing about it, I have been dying to find someone willing to speak about it. So AJ, tell us a little bit about La Luz del Mundo.
Hi, everyone. My name is AJ. So La Luz del Mundo is a sort of Christian cult that was founded in Mexico in 1926 by Eusebio Joaquin. And there's a whole origin story to how he sort of had this vision. But basically, he was in the military, and then he had this sort of vision, made a pilgrimage to Guadalajara, Mexico, and then he established the church. He established the La Luz del Mundo, aka the Light of the World, and he was the active apostle, and we'll get to that in a bit. From 1926 to 1964, then one of his sons, Samuel Joaquin Flores, from 64 to 2014 became the apostle, so 50 years. And then his son, Nasson Joaquin Garcia, is now the current leader of the organization from late 2014 to the present day. We'll get into how what the apostle is, but very succinctly, the situation right now is one where Nasson Joaquin Garcia has been in jail for the past 2 years on well over 20 charges of ranging from human trafficking, sex trafficking, possession of child pornography, production of it, et cetera. And he's been in jail since then. And one of the central sort of ideas within La Luz del Mundo is that the person that is the apostle is the medium between humanity and God and Jesus up in the heavens. This is a man who is said to have the keys to heaven. This is a man that the assumption within La Luz del Mundo is that the chance for humanity's chance for salvation ended back in the days when Jesus died and when the apostles died around him. And so for 2 millennia, La Luz del Mundo claims that God didn't have mercy on humanity to send an apostle. And only recently in the middle of Mexico did he decide to do such a thing. And that the sort of ideology and doctrine around the apostle just evolved, and it got to the point to where the grandson of the founder, so Nasson, the grandson, and the founders of Eusebio, ended up using the sort of doctrine around him, the ideology around him, to abuse young women sexually. And that is what has landed him in jail. But as for the other sort of coercive and ugly practices that come into play within the organization, not just in Mexico but across the world, those are very interesting, and those are topics of their own. And so to give more context to Nasson's arrest, he's out there on a $90 million bail. I'm pretty sure it's the highest bail ever set in Los Angeles County, the incarceration capital of the planet. And the person who lands that achievement is the dude that we were taught to adore, as if he's some sort of saint on earth, he is a little representative of Jesus Christ on this planet. He got his charges came forward 3 other co-defendants, and it's just been a whole debacle since then, with people having a hard time leaving, people having to deal with fake news, people having to deal with conspiracy theories about this being a hit from the Catholic Church. And it's just a lot of mess that makes it all really culty, and I'm really excited to spew it all out.
This is going to be absolutely amazing. So for those of you who are interested, we're going to be doing some longer series talking about these. We're going to do a longer video talking all about the background of the church and the arrest of Nasson, or is it Nasson? And we're also going to do another video talking about AJ's story and growing up in the religion and also leaving and the emotional impact. So I'm so excited. So if you want to hear more about this, hit the subscribe button. I'm also going to link AJ's YouTube channel called The Money Store, which is a joke on their religion, which will become more apparent in our other videos.
Kind of, but yeah.
Yeah, so I'm so excited. AJ, thank you so much for coming on. I cannot wait. You're going to learn everyone watching, you're going to learn about Nasson's magic powers and how he converted everyone in the LA County Jail to his religion, all these crazy things, and so much more. So hang in there, and we'll see you guys in the next video. Bye.
people always give testimonies about how they saw Nasson in like a dream, or about how they prayed really hard at a certain moment that was really difficult in their lives, and then things turned out for the better. And then they attribute that to them like really focusing on Nasson and really thinking about how beautiful and magical he is.
Hey guys, it's X Morgan with My Spiritual Life, and oh my God, here we go. I have AJ from the Money Store. If you didn't hear about him in my previous video, he grew up in a cult called La Luz del Mundo, which is very popular in Mexico, but it's spreading. And this religion is absolutely insane. The stories you hear about their leader and how he's in prison right now, and the members' thoughts and how they retain faith after such a crazy situation is actually insane. So I'm really excited to have AJ on. If you haven't already, click down below the link to his channel, and we also have some resources down there for you if you are considering leaving that religion, or you already left and you're looking for more resources. We're putting the link for the Ex-LLDM subreddit, so for people who are ex-members, and then there's also a journalist that AJ recommended that we're going to link his website, a very credible journalist. And I'm also linking, of course, AJ's channel. His videos are awesome. My jaw was dropping in so many of his videos because this religion is just absolutely insane. Okay, AJ, I'm so excited to have you on here. Thank you so much for your time.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Yeah, so if you want to tell us just a little bit about yourself, and then get into the background of La Luz del Mundo, translated to the light of the world. I cannot wait. Let's do this.
Yeah. Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is AJ. I'm 26. I'm from Houston, Texas, and I am the fourth generation of my family, or at least, one side of my family, my mother's side, to have been part of this organization. And ideally, there's not going to be a fifth one. And that's what we're working towards right now, is like dismantling this cult and just trying to get people out of this ship that is sinking, that we're trying to make sink. So what is La Luz del Mundo? La Luz del Mundo is a church that was founded in 1926 by Eusebio Joaquin in around northern Mexico. I think it's like outside of Monterrey, something like that. So very quickly, like Eusebio he was in the military and he left, and this is sort of in the aftermath of the Mexican Revolution. And he claims that on April 6th, the night of April 6th, 1926, he had a dream. He had a vision from God. He was laying down in his bed with his wife in whatever abode that he's in, and the roof opens up and the stars align, and they say, and a hand is sort of pointed down at him, and it says, I'm not too sure what the exact message is, but it's like, I am God. Your name isn't going to be Eusebio anymore. Your name's going to be Aaron. I'm going to make your name known throughout the world. And blah, blah, blah. You're going to reestablish the original Church of Christ. And I want you to go to Guadalajara to go and headquarter it there, to go start it there. And so the assumption within La Luz del Mundo is that, not the assumption, but the sort of one of the underlying pillars of the thinking is that Aaron is the apostle, is the first apostle of modern times, and there hasn't been an apostle since the days of Jesus when he was crucified, and then the sort of aftermath of that. So they claim that humanity hasn't had the opportunity to be saved ever since back then, because eventually like the church dwindled off and God was really mad at humanity for like crucifying his son and whatever. And so then God in 1926 in the middle of Mexico gives this vision to this one Mexican dude, and then now in modern times we have humanity has the opportunity to have an opportunity at salvation. I'm
gonna pause real quick and just say that it's so comforting to me to hear other religions say things like this. And I just gotta tell you why, because I grew up Mormon, right?
Yeah.
And it was the exact same story. Like God came to this person and said, we haven't had a real apostle, we haven't had a real prophet since Jesus and his buddies all died. And but now we have one, and everyone else was just screwed, but now we have one. And it's so interesting to me because growing up in this framework, you're taught you're literally the only one. You're the only church that teaches that, or the only church that is correct in teaching it. And it blows my mind to see how many other religions say the exact same thing. And it's like, well, somebody's got to be wrong, right? Anyway, keep going. This is so fascinating.
So it's interesting because like this, because Eusebio could have just, these people sort of just pop in and out of, just a sort of human history, people who claim to have some sort of, to be on some sort of divine mission and be like divinely powered. And then some of these religions happen to sprawl out into, so some of these things happen to sprawl out into full-on religions. And then others like get to sprawl out in different directions. But even like the story of Jesus, Jesus began some sort of cult, some sort of religious minority in the outskirts of the Roman Empire, and then it eventually grows to what it is today. These people pop in and out of human history. But so what happens is Eusebio has this vision in 1926, and so he goes to Guadalajara. He gets there by the end of the year on a pilgrimage on foot. And then he establishes a church, and I'm not too sure what exactly happens, but he gets some sort of like land grant outside of Guadalajara, because at this point, he gets a sort of land grant outside of Guadalajara at that point, and it becomes the neighborhood that is called the Hermosa Provincia, the beautiful province. And then, of course, as Guadalajara grows, it starts to absorb the beautiful province, but still, like, the beautiful province is where the church is headquartered. This is where La Luz del Mundo has its big white wedding cake looking church. And I believe this church is still considered the largest, the tallest in all of Latin America. I'm not too sure, don't quote me on that, but it is really impressive. And this thing was constructed in the 80s and maybe early 90s, but I think in the 80s for sure. And both of my parents are from that neighborhood. They were born there in the 70s, and they helped in the construction of that thing, of course, for free, because this is some sort of God's plan to build giant things like this. But okay, so that's sort of the history of the neighborhood. But yeah, Aron is in place from 26 to 64. He dies in 64 from something, and then his son, which is really important, Samuel Joaquin Flores, comes into a position of leadership within the church, and then over time, as he's preaching, he evolves into saying that he was the apostle the whole time. He was the apostle the whole time since his father's passing. A little bit of reference for everyone. So this isn't the current apostle we're talking about, the church, which is that guy's son, right? So it was the second generation, and he just said, oh, by the way, I'm the apostle since my dad died. Okay, got it. Yeah, so us, for shorthand, we just say that, when he came into the position of leadership in 64, he was like 27. He was like something like that. And he wasn't saying exactly that he was the apostle, but he was some sort of leader. I'm not too sure how that works, but eventually it grows into him, claiming all these things. And then me being born a bit later on, and like having this idea that he could read my mind, and all these other sort of superpowers that come into what the apostle is. So let me get up to what the apostle is. But first, let me like clear up the sort of lineage of power. Samuel comes into power in 64, and then they build the big white church in the 80s. Very important. That was very important. And then actually under Samuel, the church really expands. It really starts to grow international. It really starts to penetrate into the United States, into places like California, Texas, sort of the Southwest for the most part. And then Samuel passes away in 2014 from some sort of colon cancer or whatever it is. And when Nasson comes into power, which is one of his sons, so Nasson is the grandson of Eusebio, the founder. When Nasson comes into power, he's immediately, saying that he's the apostle. People are claiming they had visions. People are claiming that they had dreams, or that they really feel within themselves that God has anointed this man. And there's this whole like campaign for Nasson where he's saying, my time has come. I'm the new sort of young face of this organization. And God told me on the day that my father died, he spoke to me. He said, this church is going to grow to an unimaginable extent, etc. These are the sorts of origin stories that they tell themselves, and the sort of like, that this is the drive behind this organization, which, is just like some small, weird religious minority in Catholic majority Mexico. So what is the apostle? We can talk about the sort of the I want to explain that a little bit more. I've already explained how.
And
Yeah,
Nasson is currently the apostle right now,
yeah.
which we're going to get into is crazy because he's actually in prison right now and people still believe he's the apostle. But anyway, go ahead, keep going. This is
so the sort of the doctrine around the apostle is, I've already explained how La Luz del Mundo, well, one of the base pillars of the belief of the doctrine is that humanity needs an apostle on earth. Humanity needs a middleman on earth that's human in order to connect us together, to organize us and get our act together. And then he has the direct phone line to God and Jesus and the heavens. The apostle is the one who's gonna, when we all die at the end times, he's gonna turn us into Jesus. He's gonna say, these are the good ones that followed orders and whatever. And so the apostle is considered some sort of like immaculate figure who isn't capable of sinning, whose authority should not be judged because he is God's representative on earth. He's the dude who wakes up at 5 a.m. every day and speaks to God, and like he's the dude who is to some extent like omniscient to some sort of like to some extent he is he's just the most precious man on earth, el más hermoso. It's a lot of like weird language that they throw at this man and sort of pamper him in, and it gets really twisted because then the doctrine, because then a person in that sort of like spiritual power begins to flip that onto their members, and we'll get I think we'll get into more of that in a bit, but I'm not too sure. Do you have any questions? I feel like I'm just spitting a lot of
no, this is so amazing. I'm just like, give me all of your knowledge. This is incredible. Okay, so tell me a little bit more about the magic powers, right? Like it's almost like he has magic powers. And this is something that's interesting because growing up from myself in Mormonism, there was kind of this like there are these leadership of the church. There's a current prophet of the Mormon church, although they call him the prophet of the world, right? But he's a prophet of the Mormon church and his apostles. And there's this like there is this they're kind of deified a little bit, but not quite to the extreme that it is in LLDM. When we say LLDM, that's just La Luz del Mundo, and not quite to that extreme. And I'm just like so interested. Like you mentioned, so Nasson's father died from cancer, right? If he had magic powers, like did anyone like think that he should have been able to heal himself? Just tell me a little bit more about the whole like he's omniscient, magic powers and stuff.
It gets silly because there's just no room is left to like question or sort of pick a little bit at what it is happening. What is it that is happening with this church? What's happening with that family, the Joaquin family? And so my response to when one finds out that maybe it was like a colon cancer, it was some sort of illness within him that eventually got him in 2014. But what could it have been? Why didn't he stop it? He's the most precious man on earth. Why would his life end? And then God put us through this fucking like sorry about the language, I'm not too sure if that's okay, but like why would God put us through this ordeal where we're like, oh my God, the man on earth is gone, God's man on earth is gone, how the hell are we going to get to heaven? Has God abandoned us? Did we all sin so much that God's like, yeah, screw it, I'm going to kill this dude? It gets really twisted because I remember asking thinking those sorts of things to myself, and I just knew that the answers that would be volleyed back to me would be why are you questioning that? You should be busy right now praying for salvation while he's still here, while he's still alive, like on his deathbed or something like that. You should be, why are you tempting God like that? Why are you questioning his divine like wisdom? These sorts of like you describe in your other videos, there's this sort of like programming they put into you where you're told to like why are you questioning all these beautiful things? Something's wrong with you actually for questioning. You should be questioning the fact that you're questioning. And actually the answer to everything, whether you're questioning or whether you're not questioning, the answer to all of it is just go pray more. Just go pray more and devout yourself more and like entrench yourself further into this really like just really dumb world of like of spiritual ideas that don't that one aren't original, which like we've already kind of talked about. People just do these things sometimes, and then two, it's not even like very consistent and like unique. It's just if anything, like our humans' susceptibility to these sorts of ideas says something about us rather than about like what Samuel says about himself.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So the present situation right now, I don't want that to escape from us, is that Nasson came into power as apostle in late 2014, a week after his father's death, and everyone just kind of really bought it up. And he starts to go on this sort of several tours around the world to different churches to go sell his image, show himself, say, hey, I'm here, I watch after you guys, I haven't forgotten about you guys, etc. And his crimes towards young women, young men, towards just adults in general. His crimes in general don't begin in 2014 when he comes into power, but that is when the charges in place right now from the Department of Justice in California, that is where they began. The first charges that they have logged down that they're going to eventually like prove in trial, it started in like 2015, somewhere there, while he's on like tours and stuff. So what happens is he comes into power late 2014. In Monday, June 3rd, 2019, he is arrested in Los Angeles. He gets off of a private jet that lands like somewhere in the airport or something like that. And then the authorities are there. They take him down. He has like a suitcase with him. And the rest of the church doesn't learn about the arrest until the following day, Tuesday, June 4th, 2019. And basically what happens, well, at least in my case, but I'm pretty sure for everyone's case, like in general for the church, what happens is like, it's Tuesday afternoon, 7, 8, 9 p.m., whatever, Central Time. And we all get, everyone in their own church gets called to an emergency meeting at their church because there's a transmission. There's like a video message from the bishops, the Council of Bishops, which are the sort of like Congress, like below the apostle. They're the most, they're his collaborators in spiritual stuff. These are men of real like intellect, and they know the word of God really well. And, they're in charge of regions of where the church is located. Right. So what happens is they give you a video message. They say, hey, the apostle's been arrested. It's not even that long of a message. Hey, the apostle's been arrested in Los Angeles. We're going to pray a whole bunch. Don't read the news. Don't read the news. We are your only source. We are your only fountain of information. This is a moment where the enemy's trying to tempt us, to challenge the church, etc. It's a very short message. And for me personally, it was literally one of the most offensive things like I've ever been told, because like, don't read the news. Like, I know your partner has been on the channel before. And one thing that he has sort of said is that, well, if I was in the truth, then like no investigation should end up harming it, Exactly. Like if like why sort of concede to that sort of ignorance and for the purposes of making yourself feel better and thinking that you're right. No, it should be the exact opposite. The people who don't know the strongest arguments on the other side of the debate don't know anything at all. They don't even know what they're debating at all. And so, that's what happened for me on the night of Tuesday, June 4th, 2019. They gave us that message, and I was out, and then we all go outside of church, and people like chit-chatting, and people are going to hang out, and people are going to have food, and there's a sort of community there. I told my parents, I'm like, hey, can I take the car home? Can I take one of y'all's car home? And I take it home, and I go home, and I just immediately just start Googling everything. I'm like, I'm going to read the Attorney General of California's 26-page like report on why they arrested the dude, who was involved in these, who are the co-defendants, why the fuck was he arrested in the first place. My first thought was like, oh, he's Mexican, this is some sort of immigration thing, he had some passport thing, and something or something like that, right? But no, right. It's something like much larger, and it gets really like twisted.
So when they told you he's been arrested, right? They didn't tell you why at all.
They didn't tell us why.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Yeah, they didn't tell us why. And then of course, La Luz del Mundo in Houston and then in other parts of the US. But then sort of generally, I'm pretty sure a lot of people's very first idea was, oh, this is a sort of like some sort of immigration passport thing. Like it's not going to be a major thing.
Right,
Um,
right.
but he's going
Why
to
would
be.
the most precious man on earth get arrested, right?
Yeah,
Must be a
yeah.
mix-up.
It's horrific. And
And so
mhm,
before we get more into I mean, it's just mind blowing, but I want to backtrack just a little bit and talk a little bit
mhm,
more about the religion itself so that we can understand just where the members are coming from, because this is just crazy. It's
yeah,
crazy. Like, I think for myself, like if I, as growing up as a Mormon, if I had found out the prophet, like right now is in the Mormon church is Nelson, if he had been arrested for like such horrific things, like I have no, like, I'd be like, well, it obviously has to be fake, right? But it's so easy to say that. It's so easy to say that when you're not drenched in the religious conditioning. So tell us a
mhm,
little bit about the kind of the framework of the religion as far as salvation. You talked a little bit about salvation comes through the apostle, right?
mhm,
um
yeah.
and I'm curious, like, I remember you even mentioning in one of your videos that I watched something your guest said something to the effect of, like, if he were to die and I wasn't saved, there's kind of like this thing about you have to get saved before like something happens to the apostle. I'm curious if you
Yeah.
could further explain that and kind of the members' view of salvation and what's required.
Mhm. So I want to get into something first. So La Luz del Mundo has this sort of idea that they are on this track to conquer the rest of the world, to preach the word of God, and only once, and that they're just bound, they're divinely like powered and divinely bound to conquer the rest of the world spiritually, so to speak. And since I remember back in the late 2000s, not in the late 2000s, mid 2000s, around there, that I remember hearing the claim that there were 5 million members of La Luz del Mundo. And that is absolutely not true. Some people have even heard that claim since like the late 90s. Forget all that. I know very clearly I heard that figure back in the mid 2000s from like my parents or something like that, and they got it from somewhere. But in 2019, when Nasson is arrested, you have PR happening. You have the spokespeople, speaking to the media and saying like, yeah, we have 5 million members around the world, and so that's not true. That's just absolutely not true. They absolutely do not have 5 million members. Um, and that's a sort of but that's a sort of like selling point that they keep repeating to themselves, telling themselves that, yeah, we're pretty big, we're at this size of a group, and we're just bound to keep growing. And then one last point on that is that INEGI, INEGI, which is the Mexican census, did the census like last year, and they released results in January, February of this year. They tallied it up in Mexico, and less than 200,000 people in Mexico are La Luz del Mundo, and Mexico is ostensibly like the headquarters of this whole thing. And forget even that, like a quarter of those 200,000 people is people under 18, like these children. So I say that because a lot of this church is absolutely not that large, but it is consistently like telling a story to itself that, yeah, we're the perfect people on earth, and we're bound to conquer the rest of the earth. Whether you're a stay-at-home wife and you're sort of giving your tithing to this project, or whether you're a young man who joins the labor, who joins the ministry, you're also contributing to this big project on earth, God's big project on earth, the most precious thing to him that's happening on in all of the universe. That's what they sort of tell themselves. And then of course, how does one like slip into this sort of thinking of themselves and thinking of their place within the universe, thinking of their family and what, all that stuff. There's a very strict moral code within the organization. People attend church very, very often, to the point where it's like you can't just go on Sundays. You should be going like every day, but some people go every other day. And there's three, at least in Houston, which is a sort of sizable community. But in many of the large communities of La Luz del Mundo, if not all of them, there are 3 services throughout the day. One at 5 a.m., which is like an hour ish. one at 9 a.m., which is like an hour-ish and a little more focused on women. Like the women sort of lead the do the preaching, do the whatever, do the sermon, their own like mini sermon. And then there's another one at like 6, 7 in the afternoon. That's another like hour and a half or like hour. And then they pamper on other things. Yeah, over the years, they've added like another 15 minutes so that we can pray for the apostle, sing 2 extra songs at the end of the day. Like, yeah, so there's that. There's a strict moral code. There's consistent like demands that you attend a lot. There's tithing, obviously. And I know in one of your videos you had mentioned that at some point the location that you were at was posting how much each family was giving or something like that. That doesn't happen very consistently with us in La Luz del Mundo, but I've seen it happen. And
Wow.
and of course, like that's just very like toxic in and of itself. People within La Luz del Mundo can't marry outside of the religion. If you do, you're going to get in trouble with God. You're going to put, if you have a child with a person who is not within the church, you're putting their salvation at risk. The child's salvation at risk. People
So
within,
I'm
yes.
going to clarify real quick and then ask some questions. In the Mormon church, I don't think I've ever seen it where they post how much people are paying, but like there's a name posted if someone's attending tithing settlement. And that's
Okay.
where it's like, well, that's where it's kind of like doesn't seem really fair to be putting that public, because maybe you can see exactly who isn't attending tithing settlement
Yeah.
and kind of cause judgment there. I'm sure that maybe there perhaps that something like that could have happened, but just wanted to clarify that. And okay, so you can't marry outside the religion, right? Makes sense. I'm curious as far as like with homosexuality, is that something that's frowned upon with
Yeah.
Luz del Mundo?
Oh yeah. So as for the vices that are off bounds, yeah, no drinking, no smoking, no going to dances, no prom, no going to the movies, because the movies, I don't know where this is something like literally the apostle just had a whim of it, and he just said it. Yeah, don't go to the movies, because not because the sort of movies are bad. People, church members watch the movies at home if they're like appropriate, if there's whatever, no blood, I'm sure there's some taboos, but don't go to the movies because it's a dark room, and people do things in dark rooms like that, and you don't want to be near that. And so for us, growing in the United States or elsewhere, just us young people, there's this sort of all these like restrictions that we can't tap into. Another thing that I think is really important about sort of setting the tone for how our organization is its own little thing. The men and women sit separately, and the women have a very strict dress code upon them. The church doesn't. The people in sermons don't like to admit that the women have it harder in terms of dress code wise and behavior wise also. But it is the women that have a harder time. The men, for us, the men's rules are you can't have facial hair, because I've heard it justified in different ways. It's like you can't have facial hair because it looks unkempt, or because you look a little too Muslim, or you look a little too like you belong to another religion. But either way, it's a sort of attempt to shave down the sort of identity that you want to have for yourself. Like just everyone doesn't have beards there. Everyone has a nice like clean cut, sort of respectable, presentable, professional haircut. You can't have the men can't have long hair. Men can't have beards. You wear pants when you go into church. Short sleeves. Sometimes I hear something about short sleeves. You really don't. That doesn't really matter. But that's kind of it for the men. For the women, it gets much harder, where the women have to wear long skirts starting around the age of 13, 14. Once they're getting into puberty, you have to wear the long skirts because it sort of obscures this lower part of your body, and therefore you're not tempting other men to look at you. The women have to wear chalinas on top of their heads when they're inside of the church or when they're ever praying at home or whatever. And chalinas are basically, I'm not too sure what it exactly translates to, but it's just a head veil, like a little head veil that they wear on top.
Yeah.
And the church justifies this through some sort of Bible quote in Corinthians, where it says the women have to cover their head because the men are the pride of God, something like that. The women also can't like show any cleavage, no makeup for women, although some women do it. But again, it sort of depends like what pastor minister is near you and is like monitoring you, and whether other women near you are going to say something about you. it gets really gross.
Right. Tell me, are
It
you
gets
allowed
really
to have
gross.
friends outside of the religion?
Uh, so so I think helplessly, if one grows up in the United States and goes to like a public school like I did, helplessly, you're going to kind of have friends that don't go to the church. But within the church, once you're there, they teach you that no, those people aren't actually your friends. Friends is a very like not sacred word, but a very, the word is being diluted right now. You can't dilute it. Your real friends are the ones that are in church that hold the same very deep and foundational beliefs as you.
Mhm.
And and if anything, those people that you consider your friends over there at school aren't really your friends, but they are sort of acquaintances that you can eventually preach to and bring them into the church.
So don't
Um,
really be friends with them, but if you are going to be friends with them, make sure to convert them.
yeah, yeah. Uh, it's
Jehovah's Witnesses do a similar thing. They
mhm,
they say don't call those kids at school your friends. They say call
yeah,
them your associates because they're
associate.
not your friends because they haven't found Jehovah. So
Mhm,
it's just so interesting watching this like separation. It's very us versus them
mhm,
that's why it's so hard to break out of these religions because it's like you don't want to be ostracized by the community. So tell us about the shunning policies as far as the church goes. It might not be a policy,
mhm.
but maybe more culturally, like
Yeah, yeah.
if you are to be shunned, if you are to leave the religion or even maybe doubt the religion, how do people generally, treat that?
Yeah. Here's some, yeah, to sort of add to what you just said, just reminded me of something that I want to add to what I was just talking about
Sure,
previously.
sure.
So I'm trying to sort of give like a broad picture of how we differentiate ourselves, how the church is like keeps itself with its own little bubble. Another thing that's within our bubble is the use of language. So, like you said, with the Jehovah's Witnesses, using the word associate in place of friends, broadly speaking. Uh, the language within the church is whenever you see someone, whenever you meet another church member, you don't say hola, cómo estás, or whatever. You say la paz del Señor, which basically means the peace of the Lord, which means the peace of the Lord has brought us together. He's given us this blessing of us getting to see each other. Uh, Other ways that the language gets tweaked is you never say, okay, take good care, I'll see you later. You say Dios te bendiga, God bless you. Or whenever you never say thank you to another brother, you always say Dios te pague, God pay you back. God, may he record this, this nice thing you're doing for me. There's the Osculo Santo. I'm not too sure how exactly that translate into English, but it's basically a greeting. When you meet another brother in person, you shake their hand, and then you take turns kissing each other's hand,
Right.
the back of their palm, which is like really nice. I've enjoyed that. It's a nice way of getting to meet someone, and like it's a little step further than a handshake. It's probably a little creepy for some people, but I kind of liked it.
Right.
But either way, the
It's
point is
more
that
intimate but
yeah,
yet it's a sign to show your devotion to the religion
yeah,
and like it's all these signs that take like you that build community within the
mhm,
religion and also can help you feel like more accepted and acclimated into that community. So yeah,
yeah. It's
and
like
and
I
yeah.
I know the little behaviors. And if I mess up on a little behavior, like which everyone does, they accidentally say gracias. And then immediately the person will realize and like, oh no, you're a brother. Dios te bendiga. I should be saying that. That's a step above what I say to the rest of the world.
Oh my gosh, right. We're special.
Yeah.
We're better than that. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So to the shunning. So the shunning this is one of the sort of features of a cult, sort of very black and white thinking that we're the very white pure people and everything else is black. The shunning also has the sort of feature that no one can leave this religion with a good reason. People only leave because they want to go sin. People only leave because the devil tempted them too much, or maybe they weren't taking care of themselves spiritually, and therefore the devil saw a target that they could acquire. The devil's not going to come with vinegar. He's going to come with honey. He's going to sound really sweet with his reasoning, with his with all that junk. So yeah, they right off the bat, people talk bad about like people that leave, and people talk bad. People mentioned people anonymously within sermons saying like, I once knew a brother that did this and this. They always harken back um to to that path that you're not supposed to go down. And if you do go down that path, you only went there because you were X or X, and you didn't have like solid arguments or something like that, which you can't possibly have. And if you do, that's probably the devil speaking. And if anything, no matter what, at the end of the day, one of the requirements is that you're going to have to pray more. You're going to have to devote yourself more. So just resort to that right off the bat, the moment that you start to have some sort of spark happen in your head. So the shunning, what happens is, it depends. It's kind of interesting. For me, when I left, when I stopped going, which is what, that's the first thing I told my folks was, I'm going to stop going. They respected it, to the way they respected it, and they still kept talking to me, but much less. And of course they were sending me a bunch of Bible verses and read this and listen to this, please. Like, I want you to come back. So I wasn't exactly shunned there, but I was sort of put on alert. But when I did start saying that, hey, when I let my family found out that, hey, not only have I left, but I'm an online critic, and I'm actually organizing a lot of people, and I'm getting other people out. That is when the actual shunning began, where it was like, no, we're cutting you off. Go get a new phone number. Just go about your own thing. But yeah, there is a culture of shunning where people that come out of the religion aren't taken seriously. And I'm very sure there has to be many cases where people have been kicked out of homes, where people have ended up divorcing each other because one person was just not just buying it all. It's really screwy, and it's disgusting. And one of the key moments recently in the past 2 years that sort of exemplifies this current that culture of shunning is, and we're almost at the 2-year anniversary of it. I believe it was on August 13th, 2019. So this is like 2 months after Nasson's arrest. In that week of August, they have the Santa Cena, the Holy Supper, which is the most important celebration that the church has. It's a gathering in Guadalajara. I can explain that more later, but it's a time when Luz del Mundo members are tuning in to transmissions that are coming out of Guadalajara, to live streams. And on the day before the most important day of that is August 14th. That's when the Holy Supper actually happens. But in the days prior, people are preparing themselves, or tuning in a lot, praying a lot, not watching TV, very like mentally isolating themselves and focusing on it. On August 13th, 2019, Gilberto Garcia, who's a very high-ranking like minister within the organization, gave a sermon about how people who leave the church are Ebola. They have spiritual leprosy. They're gangrene. These are infectious people who, you shouldn't let near your family, because if you let them near your family, they're going to infect the mind of your 13-year-old kid. They're going to get to your sister-in-law, and they're going to take her out. And then it's going to be and this is just, although it's your son, your daughter, your husband, what have you, across the table, speaking some sort of sense or speaking to you, like, don't believe them, because it's really the devil working in the background and pulling the puppet strings of it all. Mm-hmm. And you shouldn't even be entertaining those bad conversations, those tempting points that they might have, that they're going to say that they have, that outsiders are going to say that they have. The shunning is real. I've gone through it for well over a year at this point, and I've sort of eaten away at how much I have been shunned, but it's really not a lot of progress. And what's very unique about us and the culture of shunning, so you guys have like a sort of culture of shunning as well, and what's unique about us is that we have the shunning happening too, but a lot of the people being shunned right now, myself included, kind of have like the blessing of, well, we have this trial coming up ahead of us. We have this big public event that's happening ahead of us, and that is going to be, we're trying right now to make that a sort of big breaking point for a lot of people, so that when they get out, it's it's just easier that they can get out in masses, as opposed to say the Mormons, which don't have a big controversy like looming in, like this one big like passage that they're all going to have to go through. That's something that I've sort of, it's taken a lot for me to think through, and then think like, no, I actually should be grateful for that. It's not like I left because because I read a little thing, and then I'm the only one who's actually broken at this certain moment. It's more like I woke up when a lot of other people woke up very silently, and then we sort of found each other online and built a larger community. And yeah, that's something cool about us. We actually have some sort of big thing coming towards us that could really help, and that we're all like working towards.
Yeah, that's amazing. Oh my gosh. Amazing. So tell me a little bit about, as far as just some little details I'm looking for. I guess I'll just do one at a time. Tithing. What is the tithing like? What's the expectation for the members?
Yeah, so the tithing is there is a 10% 10% of your income that you're supposed to be giving, and like you've described in other videos, it's the sort of justification behind that is like, well, God's letting you keep 90% of it. Why don't you give 10% back? Given to this big project that we got to maintain these big crazy temples. We gotta pay the ministers and feed the ministers that are out in like Equatorial Guinea and Africa, or that are out in the Philippines. We have to pay them and support them to some extent. You got to pay for the flights of like the pastors and whatever. This is God's plan, and God needs it. And so there is that policy of tithing. And like I was mentioning earlier, this isn't set practice where members have the amounts that they gave, or whether whether they did give at all. That there's no list of that like all the time. But I have seen it before. In Houston, which is like one of the major, like probably like the second, third largest location in the United States. I know I have seen it for sure. And then within the church, the sort of it's also the sort of ritual, the sort of practice of the little ceremony of giving money, which comes at the end of every service. I don't think the 5 a.m. ones.
Passing the plate kind of thing, right?
Kind of passing the plate, but it's really not the plate isn't being passed. It's more so people have to walk out of the pews, the benches, and go and walk up to the front, right in front of the pastor, and go turn in their little envelope, go turn in their little dollar bill in the wooden box right up front. Everyone has to go, and there's this whole little ritual of everyone has to go, takes their turn, all across the benches, and they all have to walk up all down the aisle to go do this thing. And so, like everyone's eyeballs are looking, and people, and why is AJ just standing there on the bench? He's just letting people walk in front of him. Why isn't he getting up to, did he forget his wallet today? He probably forgot his wallet last week also.
Oh my God.
Is AJ like, yeah, it's that, there's that sort of very public aspect of giving money. And it's just, yeah, it's really gross.
I'm curious, what's their opinion on like further education? Like, are they, do they push for college? Do they say to avoid college? I'm just curious.
So that's supremely interesting. And I think that comes into play for me personally, because I'm not too sure when or how exactly, but I know that at some point within the early decades of the church, Aaron, maybe Samuel, so pre-1964, maybe a little bit past 1964. But I know at some point within the organization, people have said that people who recount the history of the church have told me that, like, yeah, back then people weren't allowed to go to school to get a higher education because if you went, then that was the devil over there. And Aaron, way back then, when he's really trying to entrench the church and make it grow and make it start, one of the requirements that he needed was to get people to isolate themselves mentally from that. But then eventually, I'd say in the later decades of the 20th century, and then especially like now in the 21st century, the attitude towards getting a degree in higher education has become more accepted. But it is not uncommon, absolutely not uncommon, and it's really weird that when people like graduate high school, which a lot of people do, graduate high school, they decorate their caps with Nasson's like logo or Samuel's logo or a church related thing, and they attribute their success. You're taught to attribute your success, your brain's wits to the apostle. You're going to attribute it to God. You're going to dedicate your degree to this man. Maybe you're just maybe you're just studying PR, but nevertheless, you know, maybe in the future at some point you can serve the man of God, you can serve the church, you can get a job like that. So I very thankfully like was born into the period where getting a degree of higher education was much more acceptable and respectable. But at the same time, I also grew up around a lot of young men who would reach the age of 18, who would leave high school, but they wouldn't go on to go get another degree, to go get an actual degree. They would be pushed into going into the ministry. And so as a young person, you're taught that, yeah, there are multiple avenues with which you can serve the church. You're going to go and get your degree of higher education and then, you know, serve the church in your own way like that. Or hey, how about maybe they don't say this exactly, but it's kind of the thinking behind it. Hey, maybe God hasn't prepared you for that. Maybe your talents are preaching out his word out on the streets, and that's where your purpose is. I grew up around a lot of young men who didn't end up going to college and ended up getting into the ministry and being sent out into the rest of the world. Or maybe they do go into the ministry a little bit, and then eventually they get permission from the higher ups to leave the ministry and go study somewhere a lot. And then but study something, but like you have to study something that is going to serve the church, become a lawyer, become an accountant or something like that. Right. For me, when I reached the age of 18, I very thankfully, like, I really love school. Like I'm just really lucky to where I was very okay, very like like B student at school in high school. And then in the last year, I really got my act together and ended up going to like a university and spending a lot of time there. And while I was going to the university and sometimes skipping church and stuff, but I still had this, you know, people still had an understanding of me as like, oh, well, AJ's like a good kid. Maybe he can't be in the ministry. Maybe he's a little too shy for it, but at least he's you know, he's a responsible young man, and he's getting his degree, and he's going to eventually, you know, turn that into the church and for the services of us and the betterment of our community.
Is it kind of like the ministry is better than going to college? Is that kind of the vibe?
I think for sure that is what a lot of people would say if you were to word it, and if you were to make them pick between both things, but still but it's still the understanding either way is that, like, oh, well, whatever direction you take, you know, as long as it ends up going back to the apostle, going back to the church.
Right.
So yeah, I ended up going to the University of Houston for 5 years. I got 2 degrees, and then I ended up going to graduate school right now to get my PhD in history. And very thankfully for me, you know, I didn't end up in the ministry like a lot of my friends right now who are in it and are like literally stuck in different corners of the world because they're just stuck there preaching something, and there's this big controversy that's happening. And if they're out preaching in the middle of, you know, West Virginia, those people that they're preaching to are bound to Google this church, and then they're going to find out, oh, this dude's like arrested on whatever. Why is there all this weird like news on this church? This doesn't seem like a real like actual church. So it makes it harder on like those people, those friends that I grew up in. I very thankfully was good at school and could stay in it, and it was literally my escape from the organization. At some point, I studied so much that I managed to get into graduate school in a city that was far from the nearest church location. And for my first year, I still went to church. Like there was just still that big hovering like influence from my parents and from my family of like, okay, AJ, if you're gonna go once a week to church, and you're gonna drive this far to go get to there, you better pray a bunch. You better like really focus yourself. You better recognize that this is only temporary. You're only doing this to get a degree, because then once you get it, you better move back to a big city with a church. And then there you're gonna really start to pay God back for that time when you strayed yourself away to some extent. It's really gross.
Absolutely. Well, I have so much sympathy for you because like there are so many similarities, but luckily, I think in a lot of cases, Mormonism for me was less extreme, which I'm very grateful for. But man, the parallels are crazy. And you mentioned a while back this whole idea of like, people just do this sometimes. They claim to have seen God. They claim to have, you know, these amazing experiences, and then they start a religion. And truthfully, you're right. And sometimes it sticks and sometimes it doesn't. And, I think the reason why we see so many parallels is because the churches that stick have nailed down that method of human persuasion and human control, which is that whole, like, they do those subtle things to keep you not trusting yourself, not able to question the organization, like doubt yourself before you doubt the organization. All of those things are parallel in all of these cults that are successful. And I think they're successful because they just happen to employ the correct techniques that gets a human brain, stuck. So this is just absolutely incredible. So tell me a little bit more about the view of Nasson, because what I'm noticing in a lot of what you're saying is it seems to be that he is kind of the center of the religion, whereas I think other religions, they try to at least frame it that they're centered around Jesus or God or Jehovah or whatever. But it kind of sounds like there's a lot of like praying for Nasson and things like that. And Mormons, they do pray for like their leaders, but it doesn't seem like with the same fervor. So I'm curious, like, how do people view him? Is he the center of the religion, or is it like he is the center, but God is the center? I'm curious what that looks like.
He is the absolute center of the organization. And only because, like, I really like the term middleman, because at the end, when it comes to La Luz del Mundo, at the end of the day, everyone's just human, and God, by his own rules, or at least in the way he's behaved in the Bible, this is what they say. He's always picked one person to be the medium through him and the rest of humanity. And I'm not too sure what the thinking is there. Is it like humanity can't handle hearing the voice of God, or does God pick one person and then have that person do his job, and then he sets it up that way as being like a sort of hurdle for people, and seeing like who's gonna believe me, people. Or here's another thing that in the old, they will point out that in the Old Testament, God was very overt. He was just hanging out, very like showing himself off to a lot of people, doing this, speaking to this person. And then La Luz del Mundo takes note of how later in the New Testament, the sort of position and overtness that God has to the rest of humanity takes a step back, and it starts to happen through like mediums of like a Jesus, and then an Apostle Paul, and then the apostles like an advocate for Jesus, who is then like an advocate for God. And there's that sort of like funneling of authority that happens. And that's how it gets up to the present day with Nasson. It's the idea is that Nasson, there are ideas of Nasson being able to do miracles, and of course he just absolutely hasn't. People claim that people always give testimonies about how they saw Nasson in like a dream, or about how they prayed really hard at a certain moment that was really difficult in their lives, and then things turned out for the better, and then they attribute that to them like really focusing on Nasson and really thinking about how beautiful and magical he is. There's and I, as a kid, not to say that the church exactly gave a sermon or said anything or not to say that the church exactly said this and I heard it growing up, but I know at some point when I was younger, I just had the idea, yeah, Samuel can read my mind. When I go visit my great aunt, who happens to live in Samuel's house, that's a whole thing. I'm pretty sure she was a concubine of his. When my family goes to visit my great aunt in the house of Samuel, she has a room on like a certain side of the house. And if I happen to run into Samuel in the hallway or something like that, I specifically remember thinking like, that dude is going to read my mind. That dude is going to say hi to me, say hi to my parents. He's going to read my mind and probably going to snitch on me and tell them like what I do bad or something like that. That happens. People have these ideas. People like grow up with this. I don't know how exactly to explain this, and I'm not too sure if I'm pretty sure this is not an exaggeration, but I know
Right.
within the past couple years, at some point, Nasson claimed that he like diverted a hurricane that was headed for like Costa Rica or something. This is I can't be very confident in saying this, but I know that but even the fact
That's the
that
kind of
I have heard
stuff that's
something like this,
perpetuated, right? That's the kind
even the
of
fact that this is like out in the air is like, well, just people believe these things.
right.
Yeah. And then now, of course, people have the idea that, Nasson is arrested and he's in jail and um, he's just in big trouble. But, even while he's over there, he's still preaching to people, and God's having angels like sing to him while Nasson is hanging out. And maybe even the other prisoners have heard the angels, or maybe the prisoners are so fascinated by the fellow prisoners are so fascinated by how Nasson is so holy and monk-like. People have obviously, like, he's a leader of the organization, and people shouldn't really be thinking about his sexual life. Like, that's not a thing of that's not like a topic of discussion or anything. But yeah, he has a wife. And yeah, there's that apostle in the Bible who said that it is better to not get married and to stay like pure for yourself and focus on God. But yeah, for the apostle, he has a wife, and he just he's married, and he's human like all of us. And that no matter what, the center of gravity within it all is like, don't question this man. Why you're focusing on him in that way? Just focus on the fact that he is ordained by God to do this thing. Don't think about him. Don't think about his personal life. And if you do, see him like, and he looks tired behind the podium or something like that, where he's just working too hard, and also, he's still human like the rest of us. Right. They move the goalpost is the sort of point, but regardless, they move the goalpost with the purpose of entrenching into people's heads that this man is the most holy man on earth. He's innocent. He's honorable. He's es el más hermoso. He's the most beautiful. He's the most beautiful man on earth. This is God's favorite person on. Just like, that's what the idea that they sell these people.
Right.
As for miracles, yeah, I can't say exactly miracles that I have heard people claim he has done, but yeah, there are those claims. There are those definitely those things out in the air,
just kind of floating around, right? Just like that, just keep people like, oh yeah, obviously this is the truth, because Nasson has diverted hurricanes. Not all of them, sadly, but God power is probably limited.
Yeah, and then of course he's in jail now, and so the thinking is like, okay, well, if Nasson's in jail and he's absolutely not in trouble, he's actually shouldn't be in trouble. Why can't the man just like, why can't the roofs of the LA County like courts just open up, and then the stars align, and then say like, look, this is Nasson, he's my dude, get him out. Like, just but by the logic of La Luz del Mundo, like, very easily God could just get him out of this trouble and make everyone look like fools of themselves. Everyone who is left, he could very easily do that. Like, if there's the power of miracles like that, just it could very easily just dunk on all of us. But it hasn't happened. And so the thinking is, and so the thinking that church members then have is like, oh, well, this is God is allowing this to happen so that he can shake the rug and get the dust out, which, the people that aren't gonna stick with this project, which is like, someone like me, that, he's putting us through this big ordeal before we end up getting to this point where we start expanding like crazy. This is an ordeal that God has placed, and Nasson knows it, but Nasson's just going with it. He's like, yeah, this is God's plan. I'm supposed to be in here in trouble. And all you members are supposed to, this is a challenge to you all to see if you stay. And yeah, it's just it's really stupid. It's just,
and it's brilliant though, if you think about it, because okay, so why is he in there? Because he's shaking the rug. He's getting rid of anyone who isn't very loyal to him, which means anytime AJ or someone else leaves the church, they just say, oh, that's why he was shaking the rug. AJ's not really loyal, and or whoever. And I'm just like, oh my God, that is actually brilliant, right? Because it keeps those people that are really devoted from questioning, because they're like, oh no, this is exactly what they said would happen. Like, this is exactly what they said would happen. Okay, so tell me, I'm very curious about the whole process of baptism and conversion and what that looks like for like a regular member as opposed to someone who maybe converts, being saved. And also, I think we forgot to hit on that whole thing of like, if the apostle were to die before you got saved, you might go to hell. I'd love to hear about that.
Yeah. So going back to sort of language that we were talking about, one of the words within their vocabulary is simiente santa, which I'm pretty sure translates to holy offspring or holy offspring. And so basically what holy offspring are people like me whose parents are both in church and then I am just born into the church, as opposed to say my neighbor who is obviously not born into church. And if he were to convert into it, he wouldn't be considered simiente santa, but still, nevertheless, he's a convert. And I think it's important to point that out, because people that are born into the church go through certain things in very formative young years that people who convert when they're 35 or something like that just don't go through. To the same, that they go through it in a different way. But yeah, for members like me who are born into the church, there is the sort of rituals, sort of the landmarks within your life is you're born. Within 40 days of you being born, your parents are going to present you in front of the church at the end of the sermon. Both of your parents are together, one's holding the little infant. Y'all walk down the aisle. The pastor's going to say a few words. It doesn't really last too long. It's like 5-10 minutes. The pastor's going to say a few words, and then they say, here's a new baby in our community. Let's all get down and pray for the little baby. And then the pastor comes down and he like holds the little baby and probably gives it a kiss. Like there's that little ritual to it. That's when you're an infant and before you turn 40 days old. Also, if you're born into the church, it's also tradition to give you a name that comes from the Bible. And that's cool, because some people get like just very normal vanilla names like Daniel, David, except Pablo, whatever. But other people get like really fucking weird names. Like myself, I get Abdiel, which is Hebrew, and it's in the Old Testament once, and it's in this weird part of the Old Testament in Chronicles where the writer is just listing names and listing lineages, just a bunch of names, just Morgan, son of this, who begot these 3 people, who married this person, like that crap, right? Some people. So I got Abdiel. Abdiel is not too weird, but it is definitely weird. Other people get really weird names that are in the Bible, really old Hebrew names. So there's that sort of stamping on your identity in that way, right. If you're born into it. If you're a kid growing up, you go to kids studies. And when you start to turn around 12, 13, you start to allow to go to adult studies, which you just go up, and you sit with the adults. And the age of 14 is really important for people that are born into the organization, because that is when a lot of indoctrination happens. That is when a lot of things just come into play. And I pin it down to 3 things. There's a presentation of when you're 14, there's the baptism, and there's the revival. The presentation that happens is basically kind of like the one when you first turn, before you turn 40 days old. The presentation is basically the kid who is turning 14 at some point, at like the tail end of a sermon at some sort of Sunday school for like 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. It kind of depends. It's really small. You who are 14 are in the back of the church, and you're going to walk down the aisle, and both of your parents are both behind you. And basically what happens is they're going to present you, and you've come at a certain age of maturity where you can start to make decisions for yourself, big, grand spiritual decisions for yourself. Right. And you have to announce them in front of the church. And these kids are often dressed. The women are often dressed in very like nice, elaborate dresses, holding flowers, maybe like a headpiece or something. No, for sure, a fancy chalina, the women. And then the dudes aren't going to have some big fancy like pageantry, but they are going to be in like a suit. They're going to be in a suit. They're going to look nice. Both of the parents are there. And basically what happens is the pastor, there's a microphone, and the father of the family is supposed to go up and give some sort of words of encouragement, words of thanks to the church for helping them raise their kid to this point. And thank you for your prayers. Thank you for correcting my kid when he was wrong. Thank you for correcting me when I was wrong. Thank you to the apostle for his example. Thank you to the pastors who are the local representatives of the apostle that the apostle has sent. Yeah, those speeches they try not to last too long. They're literally like a few minutes for each person, but still, like, nevertheless, these people, the sort of family is sort of up there at the center of attention, and with this, but especially the 14-year-old kid is there at the center of the attention, and the rest of the church is looking, and the rest of the church is looking, and many of them are like bored and they don't really want to be there, but nevertheless, there is this sort of moment where the kid is brought forth like that, and that's just weird. Like, don't church isn't coercive in that way. I was not asked if I wanted to be presented when I was 14. It was just a given. It was just happening. And then when some kids, I've seen kids who go up and they give after the father gives his own little spiel, the pastor maybe says like a word or two, and then it's the kid who comes up to the microphone and is supposed to look everyone in the eye and say like, hey, I'm happy I'm 14 years old, and you have to answer. They don't ask you the questions and then you reply. It's more like you're up there and you're going to have to answer these questions in your own way. Are you going to plan to continue going to church, and are you going to get baptized? Like, what's going to happen? Are you going to do the other things that are really important for you as a 14-year-old? And it's basically that. It's like the pressure's on, and like, what kind of nice young kid has speaking skills of that level for like a giant audience like that? If there's one thing that I liked about church, is that it at least sort of desensitized me or made me acclimated to speaking to large groups of people. But no, like, still, when it happened, it was a very like traumatizing and scary thing to do. It was a very like weird ordeal. And so you do that. You're supposed to go up there and say, yes, I'm going to get baptized. I want to continue going to church. Thank you to the apostle for his prayers. Thank you to you all for taking care of me.
Right. What kid's gonna say no to that, right? What kid is going to disappoint his only community? What kid is going to, say the wrong answers to that question? No kid's going to do that.
So I have seen at least one instance where there's a young man and he goes up and he's just too shy to speak. And I don't know if he was just too shy to speak or he wasn't really buying the whole thing, but he goes up there and he just kind of doesn't give a word, and they're like, do you want to say something? And he's just kind of there with like a silent microphone and people just looking around waiting. And then I think the pastor or whoever said, well, I'll speak to him later, we can end this right now. And so they end it. That's good. And so yeah, when it ends is you get down, your parents leave you, they walk away down the aisle, they walk down the aisle away from you. You're still there at the center of the church, and you get down on your knees and you pray with everyone else. Everyone prays for you for your future.
Right.
So that's the presentation. Some people have big parties afterwards, like quince kind of things for the women, kind of. Yeah. But again, it's like no alcohol, and it's just a bunch of church people that end up going to the thing. And maybe you have a little bit like a play date with other kids around your age, but you're not going to be alone. There's a whole like pageantry to it. So that's three things that happen. So back to the three things that happen when you're born into the church and when you're 14. So that's the presentation. Mm-hmm. The baptism is easy. In that just at some point within the next 6 months, like maybe every 4 months they do it, but every like six months, like once, twice a year, they end up having, the church organizes a baptism, and they gather all the people that need to be baptized, and they do a baptism at like a Sunday school. And it's you and all the other people go down the aisle. You're in front of the pastor, you're in front of everyone else. You have to answer 7 questions. It's like the questions range from like, do you believe that the apostle, that you have to believe in him to get salvation? Do you renounce the world and all of its temptations? Do you understand that this baptism is this and this, and you need it in order to get salvation? Those sorts of questions. Right. It's like 7 of them, and then you answer them, and then you take turns getting baptized, fully submersed in water, and they're very strict about that. Because if you like submerge yourself and like say you lift your toe out or something like that in the middle of it, and you're not fully submersed at some point, then it doesn't count. And
Mormons are the same way. That's so random. Yep.
And the thinking is that like, okay, you're 14. We're not going to baptize you as an infant like the Catholics do, because the Catholics believe in original sin and we don't believe in that. But now at the age of 14, you are responsible for your own salvation, given that you're going to be your own adult now. and you have to get baptized, and now you are a clean slate. Okay, go start your life.
Right.
And so here's another thing. It's the parents within the cult are taught that should your child die prior to reaching the age of 14 and getting baptized, should your child die, you too as the parents are responsible for that kid's salvation. And so again, this sort of harkens back to why you shouldn't get married outside of church. Is if you're married to someone outside of church and they're out sinning and they're not believers and they say something bad, you're putting your child's salvation at risk.
Right.
So the 14th birthday, the baptism is pretty easy, like, because it just happens and it's done. What's the third component to becoming part of the church or becoming fully integrated as a member are the spiritual revivals. So if you come into the church as an adult, say 20, past the age of 14, all you really have to do are the baptism and the revival. You don't have to do the 14th birthday. But that's not too, I guess that's kind of okay, but still everyone has to go through the revivals. And there's a different within the church, there's a differentiation between there's a differentiation made very starkly between the members, and it is those who have received and those who have not received. Everyone can get baptized, that's really easy. And everyone can get washed of their sins like that. It's not that hard. You just go up and say yes, and you get baptized and you're done. But even then, it is some sort of, there are coercive elements to it. But the revivals are where a lot of self-indoctrination happens, a lot of programming happens, and where a lot of self-deception comes into play for people. And it's one of people's most intense spiritual experiences that they ever have. But in the way that it has happened and in what you're told to think and how you're repeating things to yourself, that is where it gets pretty traumatizing. Right. So what is it? What is the goal in the revivals? And the revivals are kind of like the baptisms in that they happen once, twice a year, not too often. But the goal of the revivals is for you to end up speaking in tongues at some point. And when you speak in tongues, a pastor, a minister is going to be nearby monitoring you. And when he hears it, he's going to think, yeah, this person's speaking in tongues. God is channeling through him right now. And we can't understand what this person is saying. This is God's language. But this person, this young kid right here is speaking it. This adult here is speaking it. They have received the Holy Spirit. God has entered them. They are no longer spiritual orphans. Because you can get baptized and you're free of your sin, but you're still not considered one of God's children. You're still considered a spiritual orphan. And you need to go through this thing in order to, So I've heard of some, so let me explain what the revivals are. I've heard in some instances, the duration of it is 2 weeks, but most often it's 1 week, 3-4 days, 5 days. It kind of depends on who the pastor is. Sure. And how, I'm not too sure how they determine this stuff, but I know that I've heard of ones that last 2 weeks in Guadalajara. And then I've heard of others, and I've been through others that are 1 week, 5 days, 3 days. And so what it is that for those days, however many amount of days in the afternoon, it's revivals. It's not going to be normal church. All the church members can go and whatever, but it's going to be revivals. And those members that are seeking to gain the Holy Spirit are going to be seated up front. And the benches are moved, and you're going to sit on the carpet or something like that. The sort of within the interior of the church, it's kind of changed a little bit. And the women are separate from the men. And they're going to have typically a sort of visiting pastor who is from out of town, speaking some words, trying to convince people, trying to really sell them on the message of they need to focus on themselves. You need to get rid of all those bad temptations in your head. You need to promise God right here that you're going to dedicate your life to him. The goal is you have to convince God to let you speak tongues today. And you really need this to get your salvation. You really need your baptism, and you really need your revival. If you get your baptism, and you don't get your revival, you're going to hell. I literally went through this for a year. I failed 3-4 times, something like that. And across the span of a year and a half or something like that. And it was just really really gross.
Did you finally speak in tongues at one point and get saved?
We'll get to that, but basically, long story short, when I went my last ordeal of revivals was like a week. I go through it, and it was definitely the one that I focused the most on, that I took the most serious.
Right.
But at the end of the week, if you had asked me like, hey, do you think you spoke in tongues? I would have said, no, I don't think so. But then eventually, once they announced the names of who it was, I did speak it, and I was the first announced. And I was like, oh, what the fuck? Cool. It wasn't cool because like, oh, cool, God channeled through me. It was really just cool. This is over with. I don't have to fucking
Now I
do this
don't
anymore.
have to do this again. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So here's the sort of ritual of it is, they have a pastor that comes in, all the people are the revival people are there, and they give like a little sermon that's like 30 minutes. But then for the rest of the night, from like, I don't know, 7 or something, like some people stay on their knees for like an hour and pray a lot. Some people stay on their knees for 2 hours. But there was one instance where I literally stayed on my knees crying for like 4 or 5 hours, just really trying to convince God. And I opened, at some point I opened my eyes, and I realized that everyone was gone in the temple. Like there was at some moment in my attempt to get the Holy Spirit where I literally like really tuned out all the surroundings, like within this basement that I was in, where there were hundreds of people. And that's a really weird moment for me to reflect on, where I was like, I was literally praying so hard that I tuned out the fact that just everyone was gone. By the time I opened my eyes, it was 11 p.m. and it was like my 2 parents there and like one dude who was just watching over me. And I went home like in silence, and I was like, I don't even know if I received. So yeah.
Wow,
so what it is that
great.
for several hours over the span of several days, you just go through these sessions of praying really hard and trying to get the Holy Spirit. But this isn't just normal praying where, you're going to pray, you're going to say some words, you close your eyes, you're on your knees, which is how the La Luz del Mundo members do it. You're praying, you're doing that. But this time you're going to stay on your knees and you're going to keep praying. And at some point, once you're done your little initial normal prayer and you're sort of settled into it, it evolves into much more, where you are taught to say Gloria a Cristo, glory to Christ, over and over again with your mouth, over and over again, Gloria a Cristo, glory, literally like thousands of times, in every like little session, every little night, and but separate your mouth from your brain, and your brain praise God and become elaborate there with your words, say God, God, please bless me. God, I was born into this. God, you gave the Spirit to my family, to my neighbor, to my sister. I'm here on my knees with my friends, and I want you to have mercy on me. Don't let me be a spiritual orphan. These are things that you're taught to say. And while you're doing this, sometimes, and if people see you on your knees and you're sort of like a little quiet and you seem maybe not so encouraged to keep going, you seem tired, normal brothers will walk, can be allowed to walk up to you and speak some words of wisdom into your ear, to sort of encourage you to, stay on your knees, like even if you're bleeding, to keep going at it. It's really traumatizing, and it gets really weird, because I felt that at some point where I recognized that my brain, that my brain was so separate and like focused on praising God and, being elaborate with my words and speaking, just through my thoughts, that it became separate from the physical thing happening with my mouth, where I was saying Gloria a Cristo over and over again, and it eventually evolves into babbling, and then it evolves into, Gloria a Cristo can be diluted into certain syllables, certain babbles, but then it gets weird because the babbles start to transform into other things that don't really lead you up back to Gloria a Cristo, and people recognize this within themselves as it's happening, and then of course they're surrounded by church members who are watching them. They're surrounded by other people who are crying and babbling. You're really sweaty. You're on your knees. Your knee starts to hurt. You're told to not wipe your boogers as they start to come out your nose, to not wipe your tears.
Just stay in that state, stay in that kind of trance state.
It's really a trance. It really is. And then of course, if they tell you, they're like, yeah, you're going to start sweating, you're going to start battling, you're going to have a bunch of snot dripping down your face. But don't be embarrassed about that. If you're embarrassed about that, that's the devil speaking to you. Just let go of it. And don't worry, you're in this community here that's gone through it, or that is going through it now. And if they start to like have a sort of criticism of you of like, ew, that dude's gross with his snot and whatever, God's going to punish them really, really hard. So, God's on your side. He's sort of advocating for you to come and try to sell yourself to him and not be an orphan anymore. And so you go through this several sessions, and there's ministers walking around, and they're sort of paying attention to like who's really into it, who's sort of lifting their hands, and who's really just into the whole ordeal. And then they're going to go eventually listen to you, and they're like, yeah, he's speaking in tongues. Write him off. Sure. Write him on the list.
Done. That's crazy.
It's traumatizing. One last point is I know sometimes I have seen the revivals be where it's like Monday through Friday, we're going to have the revival sessions every night. And then on Sunday, after the Sunday service, everyone stand up. I'm going to have the list right here of all the people who got it. And so there's this gigantic moment of tension where it's like, and it's Sunday. So it's like, everyone's there. And it's just like, okay, everyone has a sort of general idea of who was in the revivals, who wasn't, but right now I'm going to name all the people, and they name the people. And sometimes they give the number saying like 49 people got it this week. This many people, this many boys, this many girls. Yeah, I remember like certain moments in my upbringing where I just dreaded those days where I was like, and then of course I failed it like 3-4 times over the first like year and a half, something like that. And it's just really traumatizing because it's like, they really, that's where a certain moment of differentiation starts to happen to young people, or just people in general that are going through the revivals. It's like, oh wow, those 20 dudes got it, and they got called up, and they go to the back of the church, they get into a low line, they walk up the aisle again, they're handed a little palm, sort of a leaf, and that's supposed to, just a little symbol thing, and you actually like get a little sash. What the fuck? You get a little sash too that says, right, I don't know what it says, Hijo de un Rey, something like that. They sing that song to you, you're the son of a king, the son of God now. Right. And you walk down the aisle, they give you this little thing, they give you a little sash, they give you a palm, and then you face the church, and then the church is like, look, these are your new spiritual brothers, blah, 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 let's all pray for them. And then everyone prays. And then of course, within the crowd, there's still people who weren't called, and they have to pray too. And then people kind of know that you were trying that week also, and then they notice that like, yeah, you're up there, you're up here, you're not down there. You fucked up. Try harder next time. By the way, if you die before the next time, God may not have mercy on your soul, and you may die, and you're going to go to hell, and because you didn't take this seriously. So I've seen that to where it's sometimes they have the sessions and then they wait until Sunday to announce it. But in my later years, I started to see in Houston where they would have the little sessions, and actually it's within the session, whenever they noticed someone was receiving, they would immediately go and start to put the sash on them and give them the little thing, and they saying like, you're receiving right now, or hey, you just received 5 minutes ago, and right. And then they do it in front of everyone, like no matter what, the sort of that anointment, right, the sort of recognition of you've reached this level of spiritual maturity, it's done in front of everyone, and the stakes are raised, because it's like, well, are you someone that has received? If you haven't, then look at that example, and then once you receive, it's like, fucking guard it, like God just passed through you, and you're not a spiritual orphan, and you can save yourself. You're not actually saved, by the way, but like you can you can super duper save yourself now.
Get closer. Yeah, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's insane.
So then again, like people that aren't born in the church don't have to go to the 14th birthday, but they still for sure have to go to the baptisms and the revivals. These things happen like once, twice a year, and sometimes in these revivals you will see like very elderly people who are like in their 60s or 70s, can't even get on their knees because they're like in a wheelchair, or they're just they're just slightly disabled in that way, if not disabled, and maybe they're like late converts, and it's really gross, but like I've heard people like use them as examples to their young kids, saying like, you don't want to be that guy who's been like an orphan for decades. There are people who have been like that. You don't want to be that guy who's been an orphan for decades, or you don't want to be that guy because you don't want to end up being like this person who's 30 and they were born into the church and they've been trying for decades, and guess what? and that dude over there, he's not even trying. Like, he's not even over there. Like, he knows he knows the revivals are happening. He's never received. And look, he didn't even sign up to become part of it. It's really gross.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, AJ, this is absolutely amazing. And this video is getting a little bit long. So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to end this video here. And if you want to hear more about Nasson's trial and about why he was arrested, all the reasons he was arrested, and what's the conspiracies that are coming out of it, as well as what the lawyers are doing to handle the situation, click, we'll have that video, maybe not quite yet, but it'll be in the description when the video is ready. And we're also going to do a video interviewing AJ about his personal, what we say, like ex-conversion, like leaving the religion.
Deprogramming.
Yes, you're deprogramming. Also, don't forget to check out those resources in the description and check out AJ's channel, The Money Store. AJ, thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh, I'm like blown away. I feel like people watching this, like just like watching my face, they'll probably see me go like so many times. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone for watching, and a huge thanks to our Patreon supporters who make this channel possible. If you want to consider becoming a supporter of this channel, you can click the link below to sign up on Patreon. Okay, thank you guys, and we'll see you guys in the next video. Bye.
Bye, everyone. And then when Nasson comes into play, a week after Samuel's death in late 2014, he inherits, that big bubble around him, the ideology and the authority behind him and so on. Well, like less than 5 years later, he's arrested. And then there's just this other big like colossus that comes crashing down on all of it. And it sort of sparks a lot of doubt in people.
Hey guys, it's Ex-Morgan with My Spiritual Life, and we've got another video here with AJ from the YouTube channel, The Money Store. So excited, and if you haven't seen our previous videos, AJ grew up in the religion called La Luz del Mundo, which is a cult that started in Mexico. And it's, oh my gosh, there is so much to talk about it that we are doing several videos because it's such a rich topic. And I have thoroughly enjoyed our videos so far because there are so many parallels, and you just see like how people's brains work and how they can be persuaded into things. It's absolutely amazing. The focus of this video today is going to be specifically about Nasson, the apostle of La Luz del Mundo, and his arrest. He was arrested 2 years ago, and he's awaiting trial that is supposed to take place at the end of September. So we're going to get more into that and the conspiracies that have come from it, and like, why isn't he using his magic powers to get out of jail? All of that. So AJ, thank you for being here. If you want to briefly introduce yourself again for anyone who's watching this right off the bat, that would be awesome.
Yes, Morgan, thank you so much for having me. I found out about your channel a few months ago through someone else who was also through someone who was in our organization, and was talking about like similarities and how, and like the usefulness of like doing content like this on public platforms. And yeah, I'm really excited to be here. Yeah, so my name's AJ. I'm the fourth generation on my mother's side to be part of La Luz del Mundo. And only like 2 years ago, so I had been mentally out for like since like late 2014, and since around 2014, and then only 2 years ago did I actually exit. And I think the fact that I still like lingered within and felt like the pressure to stay inside speaks to the fact that this organization is not a very vanilla religious group with sort of like vanilla standard like ideas. It's very culty and very coercive in a number of ways. And so, yeah, today we'll be talking about Nasson Joaquin Garcia, who is the present leader who's the top-notch dog within the organization, and the different angles of his arrest, and the sort of like contradictions that people like me try to call out about how he has handled his arrest. And then how yet somehow we still have the difficulties of getting people out of the organization despite despite all the things that we point out.
Right. See, because as an outsider looking in, you would think, okay, you're in this religion that's very much centered around this guy, Nasson, right? on outsider looking in, you see these people in this religion, Nasson, this man of God, married, telling people you gotta be loyal to your spouse, all these things. And then he gets arrested and arrested for very serious charges of sex and like rape, sex trafficking, all these terrible things. And even like with children, right? And just like on the outside looking in, you think, how in the hell would anyone still believe in this religion? But it's just not that simple, because your brain has been conditioned your entire life that there's a reason for everything, and that even if you're questioning, there's a reason, right? And like in our previous video, we mentioned some people assume with Nasson that it's like it's a trial of their faith kind of thing. Like he's shaking the rug, like he's trying to see who's going to fall away and doubt him because he was arrested, even though he's obviously innocent and perfect, right? And so anyway, it's so incredibly fascinating. So tell us more about Nasson being arrested, what all he was arrested for, and we'll go from there.
Nasson Joaquin Garcia was first arrested on Monday, June 3rd, 2019. And the rest of the church didn't learn about it until the afternoon of Tuesday, June 4th, 2019. And so he's been in jail ever since then in LA County. At first, he had a $25 million bail on him, which was really high. Then it amped up to $50 million within like a day or two, somewhere in that week. And then later that summer in 2019, it transformed into no bail.
Sorry, I'll just clarify that the reason why California set such a high bail is when you have someone who is the leader of a huge church like this, the organization could pull together the funds to bail him out. And so they have to set just a very, very high bail if they don't want him to get out and possibly do more harm to people. Anyway, so go ahead.
Yeah, so the original set of charges was 26 of them, divided between mostly, most of them are his, but they're divided between Nasson Joaquin Garcia, Azalea Rangel Melendez, who is a woman in like her 30s, 40s, who's been close to the Joaquin family and been close to his father, and who's been like a sort of secretary-ish kind of person, and who has some sort of like political ties in Mexico. And not just that, she's actually never been arrested this whole time. The charges are set out there for her, but she's been on the run ever since then, just not at all seen. She's likely hiding in Jalisco. She's likely hiding in Mexico with some help from the church. So Nasson Joaquin Garcia, and then Azalea Rangel Melendez, who's the woman on the run. Then there's two other people, Susana Oaxaca, who's also a sort of secretary of the church. But she only has like 1 or 2 charges against her, and we'll get into her situation later, but it's not too important. And then the fourth and final person of this group of 4 is Alondra Ocampo, and Alondra Ocampo is the one who has the most charges on her, and she has a $5 million bail on her, some high bail on her, and she's, as of October 2020, she's decided to flip on Nasson and start to collaborate with the prosecutors. So she's actually wanted to collaborate ever since she was arrested, but she waited until October 2020 to announce that. And we waited until then because this is very important. So hold on, let me go into the charges. There's like 26 of them at first originally. Now it's a different number, and it's higher, but it's a different number. I don't know that exactly right on hand, but the charges range from like possession of child pornography, production of it, sex trafficking, human trafficking, extortion, rape, etc. That's the sort of charges that are divided between the 4 of them, and most of them, of course, are on Nasson. And Nasson also has this big doctrine around him, and this sort of sizable community of believers who that bail, is set for, really, because those people could gather a lot of money. The church has a lot of money, but they could gather even much more money to really get him out. And then, of course, he would pose a threat to wherever he would pose a threat to the community again. Probably doing something more to young people. And if not that, the bail was also set, and the prosecutors did it this way because they They wanted to keep Nasson from leaving the country. There are some members in Cuba, and there are members in maybe like another place or two where there are no extradition laws in place, and so the United States could like lose track of Nasson, and so that's what like the prosecutors are trying to avoid with a gigantic bail like that. Presently, the bail is at $90 million, the highest bail ever set in Los Angeles, the literal incarceration capital of the planet, and the man who managed to like accomplish that was the man whose portrait I didn't put it up there. My family put it up there, but it was like right next to my bedroom wall, and it's right in the living room when you walk into my house, amongst a bunch of other like family pictures, as if he's like part of us. That's the dude who landed this thing. So I've explained the charges. Yes.
Oh, go ahead. I was just gonna say, and the members believe he's innocent, right? They believe this is like a trial of their faith, like Satan somehow convinced these witnesses to say things, or is that kind of like the consensus? Or
so immediately the sort of chants and the mantras that came from members, and that the spokespeople, that the higher ups were putting into members, were that no, he is innocent, he is honorable, it'll be proven in court, these are fake, this is a conspiracy by someone, and if it's not a conspiracy, it's a hit job by a certain group of people, which it's still conspiracy. But then other theories, and we'll get into them later, is like theories about like the Catholic Church is really behind this all. The church is way too big, and we're growing way too much, and that's why they're trying to like get our leader in this way. Those are the sorts of things that are floating around, and that I try to like stamp out and address.
Right. And so, and just a little bit of background for those who don't know. So the members of La Luz del Mundo, they really believe that Nasson is deity. He's not like quite human. Like he has magical powers, and like he can, possibly even read people's mind and perform miracles, like throwing tornadoes and hurricanes out of the way. And just so there's a lot of this stigma around like that he is just incredible and special and amazing. And so, and the fact that, you'd think, oh, he could just break himself out of jail, but he's not doing that because he wants to see who's really loyal, right? So just giving people a little bit of background that we talked about in the previous video. So, okay, so go ahead, tell us more about these like accusations and the lawyers, and go ahead.
So in the previous video, we talked about how the church has evolved in terms of its attitudes towards its members going to get a degree of higher education. In early years, that basically wasn't allowed. It was seen as a sort of threat to the spirituality of early members in the church, and we have that threat looming there because it can spoil everything. And so, in later decades, certainly by like the late 80s or 90s, for sure, there's a different attitude towards people going to college and whatnot, and people start to go to it. But when you go to it, you enter into whatever profession, but ideally some profession that you can end up using to help the church grow further, dedicate your degree to the apostle, decorate your nice graduation cap with the apostle's logo and whatever. It's really weird, but there are a number of lawyers in the church, definitely. And mind you, lawyers come in all sort of shapes and sizes. Some people just handle like tax stuff. Other people handle criminal stuff. Other people handle copyright laws. These people come in all sort of all sorts of fields.
Right.
But there are definitely lawyers within the organization, and there's probably maybe one or two, I'm not too sure who, that could handle criminal charges. Right. And so Nasson has criminal charges on him, and so the situation gets weird because it's like, well, okay, so Nasson's in trouble, and I guess he's going to get himself out of this. He's innocent. He's honorable. He's this is the man of God. Why would God let him get into this much trouble? It gets weird when immediately the two lawyers that are hired are Alan Sawyer and Kenneth Rosenfeld from out in California, and these are like big, not belonging to the church, top-notch like celebrity level lawyers that are hired by very rich clients. If you look at Kenneth Rosenfeld, he has very nice suits, and I kind of don't blame them. They're lawyers, they're getting their hustle and whatever. But when they enter into our little world, it gets interesting because because these people don't buy the big doctrine and whatnot, but yet they talk about it and they say that, yeah, the apostle's innocent. He's a magic. He's just a really he's a really interesting man. He's so dignified and whatever. You know, they're sort of like, they're lawyers. They're being paid to say this stuff. So they're in place from like June 2019, July 2019, and then in August, around like early to mid August 2019, they no longer become associated with Nasson, and instead his lawyer becomes Alan Jackson. So what's interesting about that summer is that over that summer, the lawyers with, you know, all the money behind them were really pushing and nipping at the bail that was set on Nasson. And then once the bail becomes like settled in mid-July at $50 million by the judge David Fields, eventually, you know, those two lawyers start to, you know, focus on other things. You know, once that phase of the criminal justice system is done, the bail stuff back then, once it's done, they start to focus on other things, like starting to discredit certain charges that are against them. Like, okay, fine, the charges are okay. The bail is pinned on us. Let's focus on the charges. One of the things that happens around August 2019 is that the lawyers, not in a written statement, but in the actual court document, they say that one or at least some of the charges shouldn't apply to Nasson because, well, what are those charges? The charges were that he raped an adult person, a Jane Doe 5, again, an adult. He raped an adult. And so what the lawyers were saying by August 2019 in response to, you know, that certain charge or set of charges was that Nasson can't be in trouble for rape because the person that he had sexual relations to was consensual. You know, this was a consensual thing. And so they were saying that, like, okay, we are going to admit that Nasson did have some sort of privacy, some sort of relationship, some sort of something with Jane Doe 5, but hey, you know, to the court, to the court, we're saying that Nasson, that this isn't a crime. This is actually something that he does, and this is, you know, adultery is not a crime. But still, nevertheless, we think, this isn't confirmed, but we think that is why the Joaquin family and Nasson Joaquin Garcia like kicked away those two lawyers, Alan Jackson and Kenneth Rosenfeld. We think that is why they did that, because those lawyers started to resort to that line of argument of like, okay, hey, by the way, we're gonna have to eat away at this idea that you're innocent and honorable and stuff, for the purposes of getting you out of jail. Mind you, that goes contradictory to the church members' ideas that they have of you.
Perfect.
But
you would never cheat on your wife, you know, like, oh yeah, it wasn't rape, it was consensual, but like that's still cheating on your wife if it's consensual. And if you admit to that, it's kind of like, okay, well, if we thought he was perfect and he's admitting to that, what else might he admit to? So it like sounds like he didn't want, possibly, right? It sounds like he maybe didn't want to instill any doubt in the membership of the church. Of course, you know, it's possible that, you know, this really is the Catholic Church putting this all up and, you know, he really didn't do any of those things. So, you know, it isn't until proven guilty, right?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. I just can't believe like the Catholic Church, like how many people did they have to pay in order to like front all these charges, right?
Yeah, the Catholic Church is yet to pay me for leaving the church and talking bad. They owe me the Vatican owes me a check, but
hopefully one day though, that would be great. Yeah. If I'm going to talk bad about it anyway, might as well get paid if my salvation is already gone, right? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Okay, so sorry, keep going. About the lawyers and everything.
So those two lawyers eventually, you know, leave the picture by that point. And of course, at that point, coincidentally, or perhaps not, you know, this isn't confirmed, but we think that is why they leave. And so again, and so, you know, it's like, well, you guys were pinned down in a certain way to where you had to concede to that. And, you know, that says something. And then of course, again, like back to the original point, it's like, why do we even have these lawyers that aren't even part of the church and buy into the whole idea of him being innocent and honorable and the most holiest man on earth? Right. They don't even buy into that. They're just there because they're getting paid and they're professionals. and they're the weird kind of like big time professionals that get hired by like top-notch people. So
well, their goal
Alan
isn't to keep membership with the church. Their goal is to lighten the sentence. So if they can distill any doubt and say, oh no, it wasn't rape, it was, you know, consensual, that's going to keep his sentence lower. And that's all they really know how to do. Like they've probably haven't worked with a situation like this where, you know, he's worried about membership, I'm sure, because that's where his money comes from, right? Anyway, keep going.
Yes. So here's where it gets like a little more interesting. Once Alan Sawyer and Kenneth Rosenfeld leave the picture in August 2019, the next lawyer who comes into play is Alan Jackson. And Alan Jackson is the dude who was in charge of representing Kevin Spacey during his whole Me Too debacle back in like late 2017. So again, you know, we have this big celebrity lawyer who just makes a bunch of money, and he's really good at his job. Now representing like the holiest man on earth, you know, like I'm very sure that like if you ask, you know, the average church member what they thought about Kevin Spacey and the allegations against him, they would say, yeah, I kind of believe them. Yeah, you know, celebrities are scummy people. Dudes are like that, and yeah, lawyers, like, you know, unfortunately, you know, that there's that profession can be hired to, you know, handle such things like that.
Right.
Well, you know, fast forward to 2019, it turns out that Nason Joaquin Garcia is having his own little Me Too like debacle, and then Alan Jackson gets sucked into this world of defending this like cult leader. So yeah, that's basically the early months of it. And then in late 2019, it was just a lot of sort of back and forth between the prosecutors and Alan Jackson and the rest of the lawyers. And then there's, you know, still sort of like appeals that are happening. It gets really technical, and I'll admit I don't know all the technical aspects of it, but I do know how to paint it broadly, where, you know, there's a lot of back and forth.
Oh, and I'll add too that, so if you didn't watch our previous video, we talked about when he was arrested, there was a church broadcast sent out, and basically they said he was arrested, but he's innocent, and don't watch the news. They said that to the whole church, and it's just it's crazy. And like you said in our last video, it's incredibly insulting, right, to you as a person, that you're not allowed to watch the news, like you don't know better for yourself or whatnot. And one thing I wanted to say about that was you have this whole group of people that are depending on this one person in the church, right? And that he's the center of it all. And then all of a sudden he's gone. And how does that affect things, right? And I just wanted to know, do you think that it's possible, because I know they all think he's innocent, right? And maybe if they happen to run across the news, they'll think he's innocent. But do you think it's possible that some people don't even know why he's arrested still? Like, are there some members that just have no idea?
I am pretty, to some extent, I can imagine there are probably people out there who don't have the idea that these are the charges against them are sort of sexual in nature. But this is a whole other like side tangent. This isn't the first time that charges of sexual crimes have come against the apostle in place. So you know, right now we're living through the charges that came into play in 2019, and that, you know, they're still sprawling out, and the trial is set to start in late September, within like several 40-ish days or something like that. Back in 1997, charges were brought against the previous leader, Samuel Joaquin Flores, who was the father of Nasson. Charges were brought in 1997 by a sort of distant cousin of mine, who I didn't really know was a cousin of mine up until recently when I started investigating older incidents. But yeah, back in 1997, there was a man, Moises Padilla, in Guadalajara in Mexico, who brought accusations forward through like the media, and it was him and like maybe some other women. I'm not too sure what exactly happened, but basically what ends up happening is that, you know, Samuel isn't arrested. Samuel isn't, it doesn't have a high bail set on him and stuff like that, through some sort of political corruption or something. I'm not too sure what exactly happens, but nothing important happens. And tragically, you know, Samuel gets off scot-free from that incident. But there was also back then there was this element of don't read the news, don't watch Telemundo. Yeah, there's going to be some sort of special on TV about us, but don't watch that because that's the devil and whatever. And I know at some point there was some sort of news broadcast. No, there was some sort of paper that was like published, some sort of newspaper that was published in Guadalajara, sort of like an expose kind of thing. And the church bought all the copies from the printing place and like burned them or threw them away or something like that. So yeah, nothing happened back then. So I bring that up because members who have been in since like way back then and who went through that ordeal have this idea that the Catholic Church or some sort of, there's just always been conspiracies against the apostles, no matter when. And this is just the second one in like that lineage of attacks against the church. It's really tragic. So like from the start, people have been told that, yeah, he's innocent, he's honorable. Maybe you know what he's being charged for, maybe you don't. But maybe, so if you do, don't worry about it because it's basically the same thing from like over 2 decades ago, and you're used to it, and you know.
Oh my! So they even have that previous evidence to point at, be like, oh, you know, it wasn't a big deal with Samuel, so obviously it's just God testing us again, right?
Yeah. It's God testing the new apostle, you know. And again, it goes back to the sort of origin story and the sort of like mission statement that they give. When Nasson comes into power in 2014, he's saying that like God told me the church is going to grow to an unimaginable extent. My time has come. You all have to believe, you know, we all have to believe and consolidate around me. And then of course, when something happens, it's like the thinking, you're conditioned to think that like, oh no, this is God testing us. I better be careful because I want to be there 2-3 decades down the line when the church has exploded in population and whatever. It's really, it's not cool. But one more detail about the 1997 thing. So those accusations are brought forward by someone like Moises Padilla, and then eventually, you know, nothing really happens. But one thing that happened to Moises was at some point he was kidnapped by people. We don't know who. No one was arrested or anything. He was kidnapped by people and taken in like a van and maybe taken somewhere else or something. But he ended up with like around 60 stab wounds around his torso and upper body. Very small. There's video of this. You can look it up from like Telemundo and stuff. And you know, it's terrible to bring that up, but like you know, when a certain pressure was put on the church way back then, violence manifested in this way. And and not to say that sort of violence is going to manifest against anyone right now that is happening, although it has kind of happened to some people. But it's not to say that violence is going to manifest towards everyone that does leave. But there is that sort of thing that has happened, and that, you know, sort of feeds into the fears of why people don't want to leave the organization right now.
Right, because you could actually be shunned or maybe hurt by, you know, someone you care about. And people who think that they have this righteous reason to do harm is terrifying, right? It's just, it's terrifying to have a group of people who think that, you know, that they have a good reason to hurt someone or to, you know, to do something like that is terrifying. Okay, so take us back through the timeline a little more. I think it would be helpful to know more of what happened after they switched lawyers, and also how has COVID affected things, and I wonder if that possibly will push the trial back. Anyway, so take us through that.
Yeah, for sure. So sort of back to so Nasson was first arrested in June 2019. And then we kind of left off around August 2019 when his first set of lawyers go away because for some reason, but everyone thinks that, and I'm pretty sure it's pretty much confirmed that it's because the lawyers back then, Kenneth Rosenfeld and Alan Sawyer, were starting to concede to certain things in court to get him out of trouble legally. But they were in the way that they were conceding to charges and accusations ate away at the propaganda that is all around Nasson of him being innocent and honorable, and he would never have sex outside of marriage, and he's married and he's a very holy man. He's too busy praying for us all. churches and visiting churches all around the world to be engaged in that sort of, disgusting stuff.
Right.
Um,
He's
so
too busy praying to rape anyone. It makes sense. It's good
it's awful.
defense. Oh no.
And honestly, this is actually like a fun tangent, but in the World Cup in 2018, that summer, there's video of him hanging out with maybe his wife, but for sure his mother, and like a posse of other church members, like 5, 4, several, just a group of about 10 people in total. Mostly, a lot of them are like women secretaries. There's video of him hanging out in Russia for the World Cup in 2018, going, he's wearing a Mexico jersey and he's in a hotel room. And he's not in a hotel room. He's in the lobby of a hotel, and he's going to go up on an elevator and stuff.
Right.
Back then, in that summer, a former minister who had left since like the 80s or since like the 90s or something like that, actually ended up like crossing paths with him over there. Nasson didn't notice him, but the dude noticed him. The former pastor noticed him and took video of this, and so that video is out there, and it's like, okay, well, your apostle's like fucking like spending your money out at the World Cup with the rest of his family, and he's wearing sunglasses and like a hat, and it really is him. And because there's other people in the crowd there's other people in the group that look like his family members, and so that happens. But yeah, there's this idea that for some reason this dude is just way too holy and busy to be doing stuff, but no, he's obviously doing stuff.
Right. Pretty apparent that, yeah, he's not always using the money just to help the church or whatever. Like he's doing fun things with people, which isn't necessarily a crime, until, all the more recent stuff came out.
And so yeah, so he has like top-notch lawyers and a big bail over him, and they're obviously going to pay a lot. They're going to pay the lawyers whatever they can to stall the thing out, to dismiss certain charges, to really focus on legal technicalities in order to buy more time or to get him out, through some just crappy way. That's the thing, and so all for the rest of 2019, he's still arrested. And there's, sort of little appeals and like preliminary and like more sort of like court hearings that haven't, that they're putting and asking for, the lawyers especially, that they're asking for in order to stall off the start date of the trial, which, now it's 2021 and the start date of the trial so far is like late September. But yeah, in those months, there's just a lot of sort of back and forth and wasting of time from the lawyers, buying of time from them.
Right.
And so then in February 2020, the church has its Holy Supper celebration in California, and I didn't go to that one, but my family did go. And so coronavirus wasn't a thing yet, to the extent that it eventually became in around early March for sure. And so people are still going to that, and they're being a part of it around. And then the day prior to the Holy Supper in February 2020, so that would be February 13th, 2020, another former secretary who was not a Jane Doe in the present criminal case. This person, Xochitl Martin, was a sort of former secretary of Nasson, knew him like years back. She brought forth a civil suit in LA against Nasson and other top-ranking members of the church. That civil suit right now is on pause until the criminal case is over with, and then the civil stuff can come into play. Right. But yeah, that happened, and this was the first time that members had a face to lock onto as of like who is on the other side, who is the sort of ex-members that are trying to take down our apostle. And yeah, Xochitl Martin becomes a very like prominent person in like the media, showing her face and stuff, but she's actually not very important in the present criminal case at all. It's the Jane Does that are present right now.
So the Jane Does, obviously they're they're under this anonymous umbrella for their own protection, right? But I wonder if members of the church view that as, they don't actually have someone. That's why they're saying Jane Doe, but it's because they don't actually have someone accusing the prophet or the apostle. I'm curious, do you think that's possible?
No, that is very possible. I have heard that plenty of times. Even a lot of these church members aren't from the United States. They didn't grow up here, and no offense to them, but a lot of them don't have degrees of higher education. And so like these court systems and the sort of understandings of different branches of government and the understandings of different processes in the criminal case, they don't really understand them. And yeah, me and a lot of other people encountered in those first early months when the bail hearings were happening, those first weeks, where people were like, well, where are the victims? Why aren't they showing up to the bail hearings? And well, our response is like, well, some of them are children, I'm sorry. And you can't just demand that they like expose themselves in that way. And plus, if they went to the prosecutors first, and the prosecutors know how to handle this thing, and they're going to tell them, don't say a peep to anybody. We're going to put you under police protection. Just bide your time and wait for us to handle the thing, adequately as it should be in this country that we live in, with like its own, system of justice that we try to like adhere to. And
right.
Yeah, there was definitely a lot of confusion about that. You still hear that even up to this day, where it's just like there are no victims. They haven't shown up in the court. And then even if they do show up, like, oh well, it's a conspiracy, or maybe they're paid off by the Catholic Church. And the Attorney General at the time, when the arrest first happened, was Javier Becerra, and he's a Catholic. And so then they're like, oh well, it's the Catholics that are doing this, and they're just jealous of the church's growth, and they're trying to get a hit on us and whatever. It's a lot of junk.
And so, in the last video, we mentioned that the census they did in Mexico more recently revealed that there's probably closer to 200,000 members, whereas they claimed to have 5 million. But even 5 million wouldn't threaten the Catholic Church. Like, are you kidding? No. It's just so funny. So yeah, keep going.
The census that you're referring to is just for Mexico, and they counted the INEGI, INEGI. This came out earlier this year. And they tallied up how many La Luz del Mundo members they could find in Mexico, and it was less than 200,000. And Mexico is the headquarters of La Luz del Mundo. And then it's like, well, hold on, no, it doesn't make sense. That's a very inconsistent, those are two claims those are two puzzle pieces that just don't work together in terms of this claim that there's so many members. So yeah, by the time it's early 2020, there's the trial is still happening. The dude is still arrested, and he's still in jail, and there's still a lot of volleying between the prosecutors and the defense lawyers. By the time that quarantine happens, obviously, the court systems, I'm not too sure if they shut down completely, but they certainly get clogged up, and that certainly puts some sort of clogs in the system. Right. And has stretched it out to the present day. One ugly thing that really started to happen around March 2020, when quarantining and coronavirus hysteria came into play worldwide, was that I remember seeing members and some people in my own family, but other members, started saying this, where there was this sort of sick line of logic where they were saying, just as humanity has decided to arrest the man of God, so has God decided to arrest humanity, quarantining. This is God's punishment.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And that timing is pretty indicative of that, because he was arrested in 2019. So for coronavirus to happen in 2020, it just makes sense.
Yeah, for them, it's the worldview is here's another sign that God's really, really mad. And God really wants to test us, and you better buckle down and stay in this thing. All those people that left, let them leave, because the coronavirus is here to get them. This is also a way for God to punish these people that have left the church and are trying to live more liberal lives. Well, screw them. They're going to be in quarantine, and they're not going to go to the clubs.
And they can't go to clubs. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay, this is crazy, because it just shows you the extent that confirmation bias can so incredibly manipulate someone's perspective. And because you realize these things that otherwise just seem very rational, like the coronavirus spreading, that happens, you know, sicknesses happen and they spread and it's scary. Those things happen. But when you're part of this religious you know, organization that's telling you, you know, that there's all these things that God is doing to punish people, then whenever you see something like that happening, confirmation bias kicks in and you say, this is proof that my religious upbringing and truth, like things that I was taught, are true, because look, coronavirus is happening and it's punishing everyone. It's like, and then it just solidifies you deeper into that belief. So again, looking on this from the outside, you can say, oh, that's so weird. They think he has magic powers. They think this, they think that. You can think it's so weird. But when you're in that conditioning from birth, it doesn't sound weird. It actually makes so much sense, right? It's crazy. Anyway, so keep going.
Yeah. So that's March 2020. In early April 2020, the lawyers of Nasson managed to snag a little win, and this is kind of basically the only win that they have. But in the face of the other sort of wins that the prosecutors have had, this is very small. But I think it's important because I'll explain right now. So what happens in like early April 2020 is a judge, Joel Lomeli. I know his last name is Lomeli. He made a technical mistake in like scheduling certain dates, certain court dates. Like he didn't put enough time between two different dates, or he didn't do something fast enough, didn't set a date like quick or something like that.
Some kind of technicality, right?
Yeah, it was a technicality. And on those, and you know, these lawyers, you know, had latched onto this technicality that Lomeli messed up on, not the prosecutors, not the prosecutors, the executive branch of the government. It was, you know, the judicial branch of the government, the dude there, who's separate from the other people. You know, he's the one who made a mistake, but the lawyers, you know, latch onto that, and then of course they try to like, you know, tamp down on the prosecutor's case. So yeah, he makes a technical mistake in terms of some sort of scheduling. That's literally what it is. And the charges are dropped. Like the charges are dropped. The original set of charges are dropped. But if you know anything about like the way these criminal cases happen, that happens sometimes. And that when that happened, the prosecutors weren't worried because they could just slap the charges on again. And you know, Nasson could not. It's not like Nasson was going to step out of jail. It was like, no, he's going to stay in jail. We're just like when the timing is right, we're just going to keep him in there and just set a new set of charges. So a new set of charges does come into play.
It was
and
more like
they're higher.
It was more like buying time than kind of.
It's buying time. So from the lawyer's perspective, who are being paid by Nasson, they are focusing in on this technicalities and looking for every little which way to weasel in and out of this trouble. You know, to weasel their client out of this trouble. You know, they do that to buy time for themselves, you know, because they're lawyers and they want to do a good job for themselves. And then on another end, it's also time that it is bought in order to just further intimidate victims, further intimidate the survivors who are participating, you know, who are going to serve, who are going to like testify and present their testimony and stuff. And then so that's it from the perspective of the lawyers. And then from the perspective of the church, you know, the normal church members will notice this, like, oh, the charges were dropped, and then they start, you know, building a lot of propaganda around it, like, oh, he's going to return. Start to prepare yourself. Start to reach out to those people that left, or start to reach out to that member in your family that's a little weak in their faith, because look, it's really going to happen right now. And something's on its way. And yeah, that was actually really tragic to see, and to like explain to people, because it's like it's just a lot of gaslighting. It's just a lot of gaslighting and a continual like undermining of people's like self-confidence and just being able to educate themselves. Mind you, like this is technical stuff, mind you, like not to brag or anything, but like I'm a smart kid, and when it comes to like educating myself on all the lawyery stuff that's happening and all the terminology of the courts and whatnot, I don't pay attention to it because it really is a lot. Like I have my own like set of schooling that I need to do, and I just it's just hard to keep a certain part of my head so dedicated to that stuff. And so, this is where I come into play. This is where I feel like I can come into play, where I can just sort of simplify things for people, read them really technically, and then summarize it for people out here.
Right.
So yeah, that happens in April. And then of course, like a day or two later, something like that, the charges are slapped right back on him and the same people. And so it's like, back to square one. We're going to start doing bail hearings again. That's April 2020. The second set of bail hearings happens in late July, August, and early August 2020. And again, it's more bail hearings. But this time at the bail hearings, there are officers testifying to the videos that they saw on Nasson's phone, to the testimonies that were given to them by the survivors, by the Jane Does. And it gets very explicit, and it's really like stomach churning stuff, like very, things of like orgies in bed, and men being, young men being involved in things, and text messages between Nasson and his groomers, where he's talking about things he wants to do, and roofies, and like certain dresses, and like it's that sort of stuff that they're talking about. So yeah, the bail hearings end at that period in August 2020, literally a year ago.
Right.
And since then, we've had to. It's just been a lot of back and forth and waiting for the actual trial to start. So. Right. So again, like the only win that the La Luz del Mundo side, the Nasson Joaquin side, has had was this technical mistake from Lomelí back in spring 2020. And fine, like, they follow the rules, and, you give them their extra time, and it sucks that it has to go all back to square one. But I just feel like if only people were able to inform themselves, this whole mess of everything could like make sense to them.
Right.
And it's the lawyers and it's the propagandists also who are just trying to nab onto anything to get the client out of trouble, or to make him seem like he's not in so much trouble. And there's just a lot of fake news that floats around. And then towards the end of 2020, like prior to the election, like around election time, and then prior to the exit of Donald Trump, there was even some rumor that Donald Trump was going to pardon Nasson Joaquin, because supposedly he had heard about Nasson, and he was like, yeah, what's happening to him isn't cool. And it was just really stupid. It's I even started to hear theories like that, or thoughts like that, floating around. And for me, it was like, no, that's not going to happen. He doesn't give a crap about Nasson. He has other things to worry about. Right. But even the fact that you guys are floating that around is indicative of the fact that you guys are trying to look for these sort of like Hail Mary exits out of this ugly situation.
Right.
Yeah. And so yeah, up to this year, I believe the last court hearing that was significant was like in March or February. Or April, I believe April. But basically, ever since one of those months this spring, we've known that the trial was set to start in late September, and up until now, so far, it hasn't moved or anything, and we just inch closer to it. And I'm just crossing my fingers that the lawyers are finally out of outs, that they're out of outs right now, and they're just going to have to be forced to be pushed into trial. And it's there that evidence of things is going to be shown, and people's testimonies are going to be given. The actual victims are going to show up in the courtroom and give their face and stuff. But of course, like, some of them are children, and this court case isn't going to be broadcasted like on TV or anything like that. But yeah, that's the sort of position that we're in right now. And it's just right now, like for us ex-members who have left prior to the arrest, in the aftermath of the arrest, ever since the arrest, for us, it is, I think, for me personally, mission number one is like, just get people out, just cast as much doubt as you can out there while the iron is hot. And then once this moment of reckoning comes for everyone, and whatever a decision comes out, it's like this will be a moment where a lot of people can speak up and say and exit, in mass, in numbers, and there's strength in numbers. I mentioned this in a number of other interviews before, and I really like this idea that I've had ever since I saw this movie 1960 Spartacus. Have you seen this? with Kirk Douglas. Not Kirk Douglas. He
No,
died.
I
He's
have
like a 100-year-old actor.
right.
He died like a year or two ago.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, so very succinctly in 1960 Spartacus is an enslaved person in the Roman Empire, and at some point he escapes and he starts to get other people to escape, and so he has his own little group of escaped enslaved people, and their plan is to run away to like the coast of somewhere, get someone is supposed to come and get them in boats, and then they're supposed to escape to out of the Roman Empire and go live their life. And so in the movie, it's that whole ordeal, that whole path up to that. And then prior to them escaping, they encounter the Romans, and the Romans like have this big battle with them, and they fight, and a lot of people die. But at the end of the movie, there's about 100 escaped enslaved people that are huddled up on like some field, and there's Romans around them. And then the Roman leader comes over. He's like, "Hey, let's make a deal. You're all gonna not die. We're not gonna punish you. You're just gonna return back to slavery. But you have to do one thing. You have to tell us who Spartacus is, or have Spartacus turn himself in. Like, just tell us that. Just give us that dude. Just give us that dude who started this whole mess. And the rest of you, you won't die. We won't crucify you. You're just gonna go back into slavery, back to your normal life. Just give us this one person who like decided to speak out." And so in the movie, I think it is Kirk Douglas. I think that's his name, the name of the actor. Kirk Douglas looks around and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna turn myself in. I don't want anyone else to get in trouble. I did start this, and I just want to let other people not have a crappy death." He gets up to say he's Spartacus, but the dude next to him gets up and says, "No, I'm Spartacus." And then there's like another dude like 5 feet back. He's like, "No, I'm Spartacus." And then like a group of 3, and then just more and more people. There's a wonderful clip of it on YouTube. Yeah. I bring it up because it's like, it was this sort of moment of reckoning for the enslaved people and what they were trying to do against the face of this like conglomerate of the Roman Empire that was enslaving them. And it was this giant like FU to all of them, right. And unfortunately, like all of those people die, but still, like I love that because it sort of paints the picture of what it is like to speak out in mass and have the ability to do that. And that's where like someone like myself comes into play. Not to brag or anything, but like I'm a pretty smart dude, and I can educate, and I know how to educate myself. And I can be pretty articulate about certain things that I'm very, very passionate about. And I'm incredibly passionate about like dismantling this horrific, like stupid idea of a religion that people have had in their lives for so long. That's where we come in. That's what we're doing right now in these sort of weeks that are leading up to the trial. And if it is pushed back, like, so be it. I hope it's for the better. And for the better being like more charges come forward, maybe more people have come forward, and the prosecutors are more overwhelmed with like things they have to organize, Sure. It's just about hitting the iron while it's hot, and just creating like just creating immense pressure, putting my face out there, putting pressure on people from Houston that knew me as a kid, and making them think, maybe the fact that I'm starting to speak out can make Houston people start to think for themselves. Doing content in English is really important. Like you said in this video or in the previous video, that there's not a lot of English content. And if anything, it's also about like me myself, like giving my testimony and proving that like, hey, I know the shit. Like don't tell me that I wasn't an actual member that didn't understand anything. I know the stuff in and out, but I'm just gonna narrate it and articulate it in a certain way that makes you start to question it. And makes you start to recognize that, hey, I'm in this weird group, and I'm not the only person in the world in a weird group.
Yes.
There's NXIVM, there's Scientology, there's the Mormon Church, there's
witnesses. Yeah.
There's a lot of other sort of coercive groups, and it's just like for me, it's been about like just making my world not for me, just me and my struggles like growing up within the organization, that they really made my world really small. And for me it's about just helping other people articulate these things, recognize that there's just a lot of weird practices that happen that they just sort of didn't question as they grew up in them, and that, hey, we actually we can speak up for ourselves and talk about our experiences. And that literally helps like other people. Like while we were on break earlier, I was literally responding to someone who just sent me their phone number. Like in the first message, they're like, "Hey, like, can you talk to me? Today's hard." And like eventually, like we get to do that. So last week I was back in Houston. Since prior to the last time, right where I grew up, I was last there in late 2019, and we can talk about this in a bit, but sort of for the purposes of like what's happening with the trial and whatnot. I returned back to my hometown, and if you drive along like Highway 59, I've thought so much the past couple of weeks about how small the church like really tried to make my world. Where it was like I went to church at this weird Roman temple in the middle of the suburban hood, and this weird just Roman temple that just doesn't look like a church at all, and you could tell something fishy's happening there if you don't go there. Right. If you just drive past it, they're right along the freeway. And then like a mile down the road is where I worked 7 years at a grocery store, 7 years throughout the last half of high school, all of undergrad. And then another mile down the road is where I grew up and lived, and that was my house. And so, like I bring that up because I recognize that like within these set square of miles, a gigantic percentage of my life was just like
90% of your life was in this little bubble, and right?
Yeah, and it wasn't until like undergrad, that I was going to the other side of town to go to the university, driving there back and forth. I didn't have a dorm because I was supposed to live with my parents. I couldn't be out of their supervision as like a young man.
Right.
And I was saving money, like that's cool, but still, right. It was really more about the effort of keeping me like locked in and contained to this thing. Right. Yeah, and it wasn't until undergrad when I was going to like the university and sitting in an auditorium of like 500 people, and like I'm like, why are there 500 people in here? I've only been in rooms of 500 people with like church, but no, we're here to listen to this dude talk about the history of slavery in this country, and I want to expose you to all these things that the U.S. has done, and then later in the afternoon you're going to go to a class where you discuss like the theory of mind and robots and AI, and then tomorrow you have a class on Latin American history, and you're going to learn about the Catholic Church, and like it was the church really focuses on making your world super gigantically small. And yeah, in my like personal journey, it's been about making it larger, and then now it's about like, well, I've been exposed to a lot of things, and I'm fairly smart, and I feel like I can articulate this to other people and help them guide themselves out of it.
Yeah. So the last couple of things I want to talk about in this video is, do you think so far all of the accusations coming up against Nasson have allowed more people to leave La Luz del Mundo?
Yes, I think so. I think the moment that Nasson was arrested, and then in the time that we have had to just bind and sort of like just grip our hands, everyone's been sort of told to just shut your eyes for so long. Curiosity, has gotten the best of a lot of people. Right. And a lot of people are still physically going, but I know mentally that they are not. And so that's sort of one of the benefits also of, so that's something that has happened generally across the whole ordeal, where it's like, it's taken too long. I heard this, I thought he was going to leave back in April 2020. Oh, so he's back in jail. And then it's like, there's this judge, and then this other judge was involved. And like, you're telling me this other judge is looking at this thing. This is starting to not sound like a conspiracy. Why are there so many people involved?
Right.
Is a conspiracy really that large? And then, that's for sure. This ordeal has put a lot of pressure on some people and has changed relationships. And then it's changed the tone of how certain sermons are given. If you back in spring 2020, there was this weird thing where a lot of the initials of Nasson were taken out of the church, and a lot of the sort of language, the little decorations inside were changed. Like they were really changed. So Nasson comes into play, and there's a lot of NJG just all over the church, and little logos and like a emblem and stuff like that. Around the start of 2020, a lot of people on the subreddit started to report that within their own local church location, a lot of those the branding was starting to change. Wow. Mind you, Nasson is still at the center of it all, theologically speaking, up until the present day. But still, those sorts of things were happening, and people started to notice that. Yeah, people started to notice that, and that wakes some people up. And then, of course, when sermons are being given on very important like spiritual days, and then the sermons are about how don't listen to your son who's talking trash, don't listen to this person or that person. people take notice of that too, and that starts to eat away at like their confidence in the whole thing. One other point that I'll make is that one of the silver linings about quarantine happening while this trial was going on is that when people were quarantining, the churches shut down and people weren't attending. Mind you, like church services were still happening over Zoom, and but still, like
much less like accountability than showing up in person, right?
But attendance was still happening on Zoom. But still, the thing was that like I liked the idea of people not having to go through the little ritual of driving to church, arriving there at the parking lot, going up and sitting down to pray, and again to look around with everyone who's there, and sort of like, and then hanging out after the church service is over, and then seeing your friends and stuff like that. Like I liked the idea of how quarantine started to sort of even like scramble that and try to eat away at the community that could happen within the church. There was also talk about how God, this isn't official, but there was some talk and accusations from some members saying that like, oh, the ex-members are going to get coronavirus and we're not. But then like, of course, like some members ended up getting coronavirus and passing away, including some like top-notch ministers. It's really again, this is like the iron has been turned on, and it's just like we just have to keep like hammering at it.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that is insane. So tell us, what does a normal member or an ex-member experience if they try to talk to their family about Nasson and the trial and the church, not being what it says that it is? What does a normal member experience like in that interaction? Does their family just shut them down or deflect or just totally shun them? What happens in those situations?
It's an array of that. I know it's definitely if it reaches a certain level of just like we're talking past one another and we can't, and you're exactly what that dude was preaching about 2 weeks ago. It goes up to shunning, and it's just like totally shunning. But of course, the situation differs with a lot of people. And then of course it also matters what sort of age you're at, and if you're still like living with your parents, and if you're financially dependent upon them. It matters if you're married, and if like you're married to this person, how do you start to speak to them in a certain way to get them to start questioning things? What if you guys have a child in play? What if the in-laws are they're sort of present in your life a lot, and how do you handle them? It gets really ugly. But yeah, there's definitely like a demand to not read the news. Don't do that. That is just the medium through which the devil is gonna talk to you through. There's also the sort of if you're gonna admit that you're questioning or something like that, don't talk to me. Go speak to the minister in private or something like that. And then of course it's like that these people are very dense and financially dependent upon the organization. They're not gonna really concede so much to you, and they're gonna do their job in terms of keeping you in check and keeping you inside. And then of course like telling you, okay, well, say you are going through your doubts, don't voice them to anybody else. You're going to spoil it. You're going to spoil the spiritual career of your best friend, and what if this church is right? And guess what? You're going to take them down with you too. Like that would be shitty. Why don't you just, let yourself go to hell? There's just a lot
of, why would you risk it? Why would you risk your own salvation, let alone your children's salvation, let alone your friends and all of that? Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I think my last question, and we'll see if anything else comes up from it, but how do you think members are going to react if he is found guilty?
It's evolved over time. So definitely from the start, it was like, oh no, he's going to get out very quickly. He's innocent, he's honorable, etc. But then of course, when his previous lawyers start to admit in court documents that like, oh, he did have extramarital sex with this person, and it wasn't rape. It was normal. And then I bring that up because like slowly over time, the goalposts have changed to the point where at some point, people start to think and say, well, if he's going to stay in jail forever, I'm still going to believe no matter what, he's still the leader. The walls of, stone walls, concrete walls can't contain the authority of God that is placed in this man. and
Right.
people are still going to believe. And some people, and this is actually really interesting. I'm so incredibly interested how the ministry, that's the higher ups, are going to react to when Nasson is. I kind of very confidently think that he is going to be convicted. I just like daydream so much about how that'll come into play and how that'll happen, or I'm sorry, how that'll come into play and how they're going to react to it. Are they going to elevate the next person in line in this
Right.
lineage of the family to the throne? And so Nasson's only son is Adoraim Joaquin, and there's a lot to say about Adoraim, but he's not a very articulate man. He's about my age, and he 20, like mid-20s, and back in the Holy Supper in August 2019, so like a couple months after Nasson's arrest, oddly enough, Adoraim played a big role in speaking at the Holy Supper. And mind you, another minister was like, they were kind of taking turns, something like that. But Adoraim was never someone who was who you would see on transmissions, or who was known as like a speaker at like a high level who could speak to a lot of people. It was he did not speak well. He was stuttering a lot. He was very nervous, you could tell, and sort of a kind of like a weak voice. And not to like make fun of him, but when that was the last day I actually went to church, and I'm kind of happy that I stayed in until that point, because it was just fucking funny. It was just really funny inside.
Right.
Seeing this, this young man, this kid being pushed to the attention, to the full attention at the biggest like celebration that the church has annually, in front of everyone's eyeballs, and it's just like everyone's looking at him. And they're not saying explicitly like, hey, this is the next dude in line, but it was still like so overtly sort of
right
a selling campaign of the kid. Mind you, the idea behind it was that like the apostle asked that his kid be the one to do the sermon, and we're going to follow the apostle's wishes, but just very overtly, like it was just terrible. Mind you, since then I am not aware of Adoraim taking lead or speaking at some sort of big church event like that. I don't think it's happened since then, because I'm pretty sure he was really made fun of and stuff for that.
Right.
But yeah, that's another sort of possibility. People are also thinking about, well, maybe some other member of the Joaquin family is going to come in as like the surrogate, not as an apostle, but he's going to be the one dude who's talking to Nasson, and then he's just going to communicate through him to the rest of the church, something like that. But who knows? Like I really wonder. I really wonder, because the idea of Nasson, because there was a certain idea of Samuel that he built up and throughout his 50 years as the apostle. At first he didn't really start off so much as the apostle, but eventually, his authority and the ideas around him really grew. The church really, 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 really grew during the time of Samuel up until 2014. And then when Nasson comes into play a week after Samuel's death in late 2014, he inherits, that big bubble around him. And so, that big bubble transfers the ideology and the authority behind him and so on. And it's just like, well, just like 5, 6, 7 years later, like less than 5 years later, he's arrested. And then there's just this other big like colossus that comes crashing down on all of it. And it sort of sparks a lot of doubt in people, I'd like to think. And if not that, then that's what we're here for. It's like we're here to really just add more like fuel to the little sparks that are happening in people's heads. I don't have a definitive answer. I love talking about what theories about what could happen with people. I love discussing that, but I don't have a firm answer, and I like that no one else has a firm answer. And the fact that we have all these like really like ideas of where the ministry, the higher ups could take it, really just speaks to the fact that this whole thing is just a like spiritual mafia. It's just spiritual, like just Ponzi scheme, it's just this it's just trash.
Right. That's absolutely. I think the hope is that this will continue to be a wake-up call for a lot of people. But as we've seen in like in other religious groups and stuff, that sometimes even a huge wake-up call isn't enough. And again, it's like, for those who are looking on the outside of this, it's like if you grew up your whole life and everyone's told you the sky is blue, right? It's a fact. That's how it feels. Nasson is the most beloved, the most precious. Like, it's just a fact. It just is. It feels that true. And so one day someone walks up to you and tells you the sky is green. You're like, are you kidding me? Like, that person does not know what they're talking about. That's literally how ingrained it is when you're indoctrinated to these truths at such a young age and so vulnerably. Anyway, it's so fascinating to me, and I'm very curious to see what happens with the trial, what happens with the membership, what happens with the ministry. So AJ, please come back and talk to us again. Sure. I would love that. And I'd even love to do like a live Q&A sometime. Comment below if you'd like to see a live Q&A with AJ, because I know there are so many more questions that all of you probably have about this religion and about the trial. Yeah, do you have any closing thoughts? And then of course, everyone, don't forget, we're also going to do another video talking about AJ's personal story of leaving the religion. Any closing thoughts, AJ?
No, just thank you for having us on. Thank you for having me on, and sort of pointing the attention of your audience towards our own little thing happening, you know, in the next neighboring country in Mexico. But you know, it's happening in the U.S. But like, this is a, you know, I just grew up in a certain community that has this weird religious idea that, you know, was hammered into me as a kid on my mother's knee, and then at some point it's like, it's also. This is also like a story about like the internet too, and like even the fact that we can like even connect across the continent like this to talk about to talk about like similar upbringings that we have that have a lot of similarities in terms of just culture and ideology, and then how these, you know, these like just random weirdos start to babble on about certain things, and it evolves into something much more. And you know, it's not just like Joseph Smith, and it's not just Eusebio Joaquin. It's people like Keith Raniere and L. Ron Hubbard and a lot of other sick people like that take advantage of people and make their worlds really small. But through the sort of internet and through like understandings of like history and our own like self-education and self-empower and like ideas of self-empowerment and self-education, we can like help people recognize that there's some gross like territory to navigate through out in the world, but and we all go through it in our own way, but you know, we're all smarter than we think, and we just can't allow stuff like this to happen. We just can't allow people to have bad ideas. And so actually, here's the perfect thing that I want to end on. There's a quote by Majid Nawaz. Majid Nawaz is an Islam reformist. A lot of people don't like him because, you know, he speaks about the Quran in a certain way. But one thing I really appreciate him like articulating for me, and that I always say to myself all the time, is this: no idea is above scrutiny, and no person is below dignity. And so another adjacent idea to that is that like, it's not that there are a lot of bad people out in the world. You know, there's a lot of good people, but many good people have just bad ideas that are just in them. Yes. And people are not their ideas. And, you know, I come from a certain community that grew up in this bubble of ideas about this certain man and this family and the magic powers and the apostle, and we're super special, and the population of the world is in the billions, but we don't care. Within our own little group of just a few thousand people or something like that, we're the special ones, and we're better than everyone. I've never met anyone from Kazakhstan. I've never met anyone from India, blah, 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 who have their own religious ideas, but they're all wrong.
Right.
I grew up around a lot of good people in that small little like segment of Houston, those few square miles of Houston, and just bouncing around all of it. I grew up around a lot of good people, and if anything, it's many of the church members that are themselves innocent and honorable, and they've just been taken up by these dumb ideas, and that's what people like me and other ex-members are trying to do right now. It's just, you know, we recognize the humanity within the people that we grew up in, and we just want them to get out. We just want them to recognize that hey, there are bad people out there, and you've been injected with bad ideas for decades, and we just want you to like get out of it and find something else find something else for yourself. People, and some people will like some people leave and they still believe in God, and some people leave and they completely like abandon religious faith, like myself. Uh, but 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 still, like, nevertheless, like, the priority number one is just getting this one set of bad ideas out of your head, and just like, please just just get out of the boat that's sinking, and at least swim in the water. You'll be fine in the water and you'll find your lifeboat. But um but yeah, that's what we're here to do. Again, the quote is, no idea is above scrutiny and no person is below dignity. When we approach the ex-members, I treat them with their full dignity. Like, I recognize they come from a certain background, they grew up around certain people, hearing X amount of sermons for hours every single week, and it's just like, you're as much human as I was, and I'm sorry, but I wasn't as programmed as you. And I just want you to recognize within yourself that you've been programmed to some extent. I'm here to help you, treating you with the dignity, to help you recognize that the ideas that have been hammered into you are totally up for grabs when it comes to coming into the courtroom of like scrutiny. Like, just please, like, we can be better than this. Like, we can just be better than this. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. I totally agree with you. I think a lot of people get this stereotype from like Jehovah's Witness, Mormon, La Luz del Mundo members, that when they leave, they're bitter and angry and they're mean and they hate the members. And like, it's totally like, yeah, we are angry a lot of times, but we love the members. And that's why we're so angry, because we feel like they're being manipulated, they're being taken advantage of, and they're being lied to. And it's so hard to watch that happen. It's so hard not to feel angry when that kind of thing is happening. And I think that it's one of those things that it's like, we just want them to realize, because they are very good people, we want them to realize that not everything they're being told is the, capital T truth. Like, for example, with Mormonism, like saying that, homosexuality is not okay. If you're gay, you can't get married, you can't have a relationship like that. And like, those kind of examples are like, I know all my Mormon friends like are kind, loving, good people. And they're just taught that that's just the truth, that God isn't okay with that. And running off of that framework causes them to do things that can be really hurtful to themselves, especially if they are gay or whatever, but then also hurtful to other people and their friends and family, just because they think they're doing the right thing. So I love that we get to support this community, because ultimately we want people to realize that, like, it's okay. Like, you don't have to trust everything your religious group says is true, because odds are it's not perfect like you think it is, right? So yeah, wonderful. AJ, thank you so much for
thank you for having me.
Oh my God, thank you so much for your time. We have done so much, and there's still more to come. So click that subscribe button. Don't forget to check out AJ's channel. There's also going to be links in the description for resources for those of you who might be a member or an ex-member of La Luz del Mundo. We've got a subreddit for you, and there's also website to a really credible journalist. And we're also going to be interviewing AJ about his personal story. So stick around. And then in the future, we'll have AJ back to talk more about this, because there are so many similarities between these different groups that pop up. And I think it's so important that we learn so much about us as humans as we dive in and learn about these religions and how the members are impacted and all of that. So all right, we will see you guys in the next video. Thank you so much to our Patreon supporters who make this channel possible, and we'll see you guys later. Peace.
Yes, awesome. Peace. It was just like a few sentences. It was just a nice chunk of a paragraph on my phone. It was just, hey, with all due love and respect, I'm not going to that church anymore. I know that you've been taught to cut me off and blah, blah, blah. But I promise you that I do this for good reasons. And again, like, I love you, and you sandwich it, just, I love you, here's this, I love you. That was a definite weird day. I went through so many drafts of that one little message, and it's just like just dumb, very vanilla language. It was like, do I use bravery or courage? It just got really, I
Yes.
was scared. I was definitely scared. And I knew the
So
consequences
scary.
of it. And I knew, like, I was like, yeah, when I say this, they're going to really cut me off.
Hey, what's up, guys? Morgan. I've got AJ here from La Luz del Mundo talking with me again. He's an ex-member of this religious cult called La Luz del Mundo that originated in Mexico. And today he is sharing his personal story of how he left this religion that he grew up in. And it is so exciting. There are so many crazy details about his story that I can't wait for him to share. And additionally, I want people to see too that if you've left any high demand religion, there are so many parallels between them all, that in hearing AJ's story, I personally feel so validated as an ex-Mormon, realizing like, oh yeah, I'm not the only person that was involved in this kind of organization that told me they had all the answers and they had all the truth, and I'm not allowed to think or question or do anything outside of that box. So AJ, thank you so much for being here today.
Yes, thank you for
And
having me. Awesome.
absolutely. Thank you for all of your time you devoted to this channel recently. And don't forget to check out AJ's YouTube channel. I'll link it below. He's got some awesome videos talking more about this stuff, and I'm sure he's got lots more awesome content to come as well. Okay, so AJ, hit us with a little bit of background. Like, let us know if your parents grew up in the church as well as you, or how many generations back, all of that. And then if you can, just give us a little bit of information on like what it was like being a member before you doubted it all. Like, were there things that you liked about it, things that made you feel good, being special and chosen, all of that. And yeah, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you so much for having me. I'm just really excited to do this. Hi, everyone. So my name's AJ. I'm 26 now. I'm from Houston, Texas. And basically, from my mom's side, I am the fourth generation to be in this cult. And basically, well, we can start with my parents. My parents grew up in Guadalajara, Mexico, in the neighborhood of the church's headquarters, the Hermosa Provincia, the beautiful province. And if you look up La Luz del Mundo, the big white wedding cake looking church, my parents literally grew up prior to that church being constructed in the 80s. My parents were born in the 70s, and they saw the construction of it in the 80s, and there was just a lot of expansion at the time. And so in their lifetime, the apostle who was in place the whole time was Samuel, up until 2014. But yeah, we'll get to that. So yeah, my parents grew up in Mexico in the Colts neighborhood in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. In the mid to early 90s, my parents moved over to Houston, and they have me. I'm born in Texas, and then there in Houston, there is a church. There is a La Luz del Mundo location, and by the time of 2005, the church expands to a much larger location. They construct their own big church. This is in 2005 in Houston, Texas, La Luz del Mundo also, but that church doesn't look like a big white wedding cake looking thing that spirals up into the sky. It looks like a Greek Roman temple with very sort of gilded and like kind of fakish gold and columns and marble everywhere, white marble and red marble everywhere. So yeah, that is what I grew up in. I said my name was AJ, but my real name is Abdil Jair. And so within the cult, there is this tradition of naming kids after names in the Bible. So some people get like Daniel, David, Pablo, very normal names. But some other people start to look for other weird names within the Bible, like Abdiel. Abdiel only shows up in the Bible once. It's in the Old Testament in First of Chronicles 5:15, and this is a part of the Bible where the writer, whoever it is, mind you, this is a book dictated by the creator of the universe, at least in that part of the Bible, the writer, or but really God, is just naming lineages of crap. So he's saying like X person, the son of Y, who begot Z, who married X, who married A, whatever, and then at some point Abdil shows up, and so yeah, for me growing up, I was I was presented. I went through the sort of normal upbringing of any La Luz del Mundo member that grew up in the United States, but it's pretty similar to the upbringing of a lot of other people who grew up in the church in different parts of the world. It's pretty normal. So yeah, I'm born in Houston. Before I turned 40 days years old, before I turned 40 days old, I am presented in front of the church, which I explained in a previous video. And I was presented by Nason's brother, actually, Benjamin Joaquin. And so
Wow.
Benjamin, I think, is the older brother of Nason, but Benjamin also has his own legal troubles. And yeah, I was presented by him, and I think he actually influenced the naming of my sister in like 2 years later. But yeah, I was presented by him. He held me up, he kissed me, and it was weird, like thinking back on it now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, around, and so then I just grew up in the church. I went to public schools, and I was a pretty just normal B student that behaved well. That was it. I was just a very vanilla kid. But growing up in the church, I knew that when prom came around, I couldn't go to prom. By the time I would be 14, I would have to be presented. I would have to be baptized. I would have to go through the revivals. I knew that I was gonna, like, it was entrenched into me that I was gonna have to marry someone within the church. You can't marry people outside of the church.
Right.
We attended church very often, like literally, for sure every Sunday, but also definitely multiple times within the week. Sometimes, and so I would also travel to Guadalajara for all the annual pilgrimages to the Holy Supper in August. I went to all of the ones that I could, that we were told to go. There's like a few exceptions. There was like a year or two where children were said not to go, and only the wife of the family was supposed to go.
Right.
But yeah, that is my sort of like very like broad upbringing, and I bring that I bring all that up to say that it was really about just I just have a sort of normal vanilla upbringing in the church, and yeah, that's what I'm here to talk about with you all. And then eventually I start to exit. And then, like, long story short, I exit. I mentally exit in like 2014, prior to Samuel's death and around Samuel. And then once like Samuel dies, some sort of things happen there within me that I see and that, began to turn some wheels in my head. And then I was mentally out since then. And then, of course, but through the course of like network of the organization, I kept physically attending up until 2019. And that is when I stopped attending completely. We're almost at the like 2-year anniversary of me not going to church anymore. And so since summer 2019, I've been super duper involved online in terms of just talking trash to the church. Mind you, like very like well articulated and justified like stuff about it, and helping other people get out, connecting people in different parts of the world to each other, and to make themselves not feel alone about this, and just articulating things on YouTube in English for people, digesting the news for people, providing sort of analysis of like events and so on. Yeah. So I guess we'll get into that.
Yeah. So first,
do you want me to?
so this is perfect. So then we know kind of where we're going. But first, tell me, like, before you started doubting, what did you like about the religion? Or did you, because sometimes as a young boy, you're kind of like, oh, it's annoying, I have to go to church. But like, I mean, what did you like or maybe not like before you ever started doubting? I'm curious to hear your perspective.
So as a little kid, for sure, like church really bore me. Like I was just really bored. And while growing up in church, I attribute them to instilling this really bad habit in me of always picking my nails and always like sort of fidgeting, and just like I couldn't sit still and really just buy into the whole like 2-hour thing that we had to go to every Sunday on top of all the other like services and whatever.
It's a lot for a young kid.
Yeah. And in hindsight, something that I definitely liked about the church was that there was a certain like guaranteed group of friends, a guaranteed group of people that you were going to see for the rest of your life, hanging out at this one location. And maybe some people move or something, but you're at least guaranteed this one like social network and access to them. In hindsight, I also appreciate the fact that I developed some sort of like public speaking skills, because I eventually was instructed to give not sermons, but to give sort of explanations of doctrine in front of everyone, or to lead people in prayer, lead people in songs that we're supposed to do. Sure. So I do appreciate that. Another thing I appreciated was, and that I eventually like started to hate, was like, well, at first I hated it, but like as a kid, I hated dressing up and like wearing a nice tux and like, oh, not a tux, but like a nice little suit and button-up shirt. I hated that as a kid, but eventually I started to like it as a teenager. And then eventually at some point I was like, yeah, I don't want to just dress up for church. Like I want to dress up and go to school randomly one day and look nice. So that's something that I appreciate. But then also, I also, if there's any silver lining to my upbringing, I also appreciate the sort of sensitivity that growing up in a cult like that gave me a sensitivity towards spirituality and towards like understanding myself as not being some small little ant on this flying rock. I am, I have this sort of conscious thoughts. I'm a being that is different from all the other creatures on this planet. I'm a human, and and being human is very hard, and horrific things happen on this planet. And it at least gave me a sensitivity towards confronting all that and trying to develop some sort of answer, some sort of worldview, some sort of path for myself. It gave me it gave me a sensitivity to that, but of course, because it's a cult, it tries to like set you on a certain path down it. And yeah, I think that's kind of it for like things that I liked. But
Right.
But yeah, for sure, my family was very devout, and we have some extended family members who are really high up in the organization. And we went through all the pilgrimages to the Holy Supper. And at some point, for sure, I started to feel like too different and way too different from those around me. And that's where sort of just the little mustard seeds of doubt start to be placed, and then they eventually grow as years go on.
Right. So I'll just say that I think you pinpointed almost exactly the same things that I would have said that I liked about Mormonism growing up.
Mm-hmm.
The community, right? You have this promised security and safety of these people will be here for you forever. These people have your back. These people are rooting for you, like, and they're your family, like it's not just your parents and your siblings, but it's like it's your congregation family. And so like this religion, it's so much more than just like these ideas, right? It's this promise of safety. It's this promise of security. And the ultimate promise of safety and security, of course, is salvation, right? Which is also promised. And then and that's why when you see these religions, and that's why it's so hard for people to leave these, regardless of what religion it is, because we all want that safety and security. And I think it takes a lot to decide that you don't want that safety and security anymore. It takes a lot of getting self-assured and also confident enough to be able to say, I can be able to do it on my own before I feel comfortable leaving this this community that was my my whole world. Anyway, so I just wanted to add that note in for people maybe that are watching this on the outside looking in. So tell us, what do you remember? And I know sometimes like it's been so long, it gets kind of blurry, but what do you remember being some of kind of your first catalysts for starting to kind of doubt the religion and think more critically?
So I'd say yeah, those are important. And I'd say like maybe early on, I remember at some point I would think to myself, I was like, really? And like, why was I born into this? Like, I'm just this one little kid amongst like a sea of just billions of people on this planet. And I was like, really me? But again, of course, like every time you attend a sermon or whatever, it's like, no, yeah, it's really you. And hey, you better not mess up. And like you described in like another video, that I really liked the sort of point of like, it's even worse for you to doubt because you know better.
Better than people.
The world doesn't know better. The world doesn't know better. They can doubt, but you know better. And oh my God, you especially shouldn't sin. You especially should not doubt. Look at this. Look at us. We attend we get together all the time. Are you really going to tell us that this building is built on like a bunch of BS? Are you really going to tell me that building over there is built on a bunch of BS and on the gatherings consistently that happen there? So yeah, that happens. Early on, I'm not too sure. So something that is fresh on my mind is that last week I returned to Houston, and I was hanging out with a dear friend of mine that I met in Boy Scouts. And Boy Scouts was cool because we would go on camping trips on Sundays sometimes. And that was a day where I wouldn't go to church. And I noticed myself, I was like, damn, I didn't want to go to church. And at least, and that was a little bit okay. because oh well, AJ's part of this little organization off to the side that is teaching them also nice things, and if he can sacrifice like a Sunday or two every once in a while, that's kind of okay. But I really loved that
nice
as a
to
kid.
not go to church, but also not feel guilty not going to church.
Yeah,
right? You're like, oh well, I'm doing something else good. And before you continue, was Boy Scouts encouraged by La Luz del Mundo or no? It was
so I entered Boy Scouts in 4th grade, kind of like me and my parents just wanted to do it. Some dude came to speak at our school, at my elementary school, and I expressed interest in it, and I think I told my parents, and then eventually I got into it. But yeah, I never heard anything like officially from like a pastor or something that said like don't join these groups because your children's going to be hanging out with Catholics or from around town or stuff. And
I just love that that's the worst thing it could be from. Yeah. They're going to be hanging out with Catholics.
Yeah. That's another like component of La Luz del Mundo's history. There's a very much there's a big element of being adamant towards the Catholic Church, which is the conglomerate in Mexico. So I definitely enjoy like not going to church on Sundays because of Boy Scouts. And then eventually, to sort of answer your question, eventually I know at some point in like my late teens or somewhere, one of the church leaders, local leaders, he wasn't a minister, but he was kind of like in charge of some stuff, like a secretary kind of thing. He had even expressed like ideas to me of like, hey, why don't we start our own Boy Scout group? And it'll be exclusively for church members. And we'll still participate in other like grander regional Boy Scout events, like first aid competitions or stuff like that with other troops from around town. But how about we start our own troop? Because it was weird. And I think my Boy Scout troop would have meetings not in the local Catholic church, St. Leo's it was called, but in the building next to it, which also belonged to St. Leo's. But like right. But yeah, every Monday when I would have my meetings, I would go to St. Leo's, and I guess I knew a handful of Catholic Boy Scouts there, and I would sort of walk past the Catholic like stuff, and as a little kid, like I recognized that like, yeah, I'm not the only person that goes to a building like this every Sunday and stuff.
Right.
So last week I was hanging out. I went to go visit Houston ever since my last time there was late 2019. And that was my first time back. And because my family has shunned me since then, and I couldn't, obviously see them or anything while I was there. We'll get to that later. But I got to hang out with this one kid that I knew in Boy Scouts who was an atheist. And he was like, let's say like 14, 13. And I just remember like me as a kid meeting him and thinking like, hey, he's pretty cool. He listens to this kind of music. He's kind of funny in this way and this way. And then, at some point he would just say something about the Bible. He's like, yeah, the Bible's trash. It's this and this and this. And then for me, it was like, oh my God, like here's the devil in Boy Scouts. And I was like, and I would think to myself, I wouldn't say it, but I was like, you're just a little kid. I was like, damn, what would it be like for you to sit in front of, my parents or like the pastor and say what you have to say as like a little kid? So that was someone who sort of planted like early seeds of doubt in me. I didn't recognize it, but like at least exposure to that kind of helped.
Yeah.
I think the next significant thing is that once I'm out of high school, I go through the normal indoctrination that happens at the age of 14, which we explained in the previous video of like the presentation when you're 14, the baptism when you're 14, the revivals when you're 14. Yeah. The revivals I failed 3-4 times. I don't remember the number, but I failed it that many times over the course of like a year and a half, almost 2 years. And those were certain moments in myself where I was recognizing that I was like, yeah, I'm not that holy. I have a hard time like focusing on church stuff. Right. When I'm being put through this ordeal of trying to prove my spirituality to God and trying to convince him to make me speak tongues, I was recognizing that I was like, yeah, I'm not really totally buying this. Like, why, why is God like so like mean like this? Like, why is he gonna force me to go through this? I was like, why bring me into existence? Those sorts of things would pop into my head.
Right, right.
Go on.
So check out our other video we did together talking more about the religion itself to hear AJ's amazing story about going through the revivals, because it was very intense. Essentially, an overview of it is that, you know, tons and tons of sermons and praying until you speak in tongues, and that's how you know that God has entered you, and it's kind of like you're coming of age and joining the church and becoming officially, you know, more of a member, and just the emotional intensity around all of that is just so just absurd, especially for people to be going through it over and over again. Because if you fail the revival, if you don't speak in tongues, you have to do it again. People know if you haven't completed it, and they even will like announce your name when you have completed it, and they have this whole show of celebrating you when you have completed. So there's a lot of social pressure to complete the revival, and it's very emotionally exhausting, and it can make you very fearful of the judgment of everyone around you. Tell me a little bit more about how it made you feel when you would fail those revivals. That must have been
Yeah.
so hard.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. So basically, I turned 14, and then I was presented, you know, very normally, which is an easy thing to do. And then I think I tried to do the revivals prior to the fall. So the baptisms would happen in the fall. I feel like I tried. I feel like I had a revivals attempt, my first one, prior to being baptized. And so you need both the baptism and the revival to attain salvation. The baptism is really easy to do because you just get baptized, you free your sin, and you just go through the little ceremony, and you show your devotion to God and your salvation. But the revivals is required, because if you go through the revivals and you don't receive, that means that you are not a son of God. God has not adopted you as his orphan. You know, I'm sorry, he has not adopted you, you spiritual orphan. And so yeah, like I go through the revivals the first time around, and admittedly I wasn't very focused. I was watching TV still, and I was like goofing off at school. But yeah, I failed it.
Being a
And I
normal
remember,
kid, right?
yeah, and I remember when I failed it, a lot of other kids my age that I grew up around with didn't fail it, and they got it right the first time. And you know, for me, it immediately like differentiated me from all of them. And then of course, like I'm pretty sure later that year there's another attempt at revivals. I try it, and I fail again, and I wasn't called up, and but that same day I was baptized. So basically that morning I was baptized, and that's really normal and stuff. So that day I'm baptized, and it's pretty normal and stuff. But then in the afternoon they're going to announce what names of the names of the people who received that week prior. And so that was a weird day for me, because it was like in the morning I was baptized, and it's like, okay, cool, AJ took the next step. Maybe this afternoon they're going to announce that AJ completed that second step he was working on this past week. And then it turns out I didn't do it. And that, you know, that sort of eats away at you. And again, they remind you, and they're like, hey, by the way, if you die and you haven't received, you know, God literally may not have mercy on you because you're a spiritual orphan. And it's just really gross. But eventually, like my third or fourth try, and by the way, like every single try and the leadings up to the try and in the aftermath of the try, there was just a lot of like sort of lectures that happened within church from the pastor and whatever, but then also like at home with people and with like family members who were like sit you down,
give you advice, right? Like
put you off to the side and sit you down, and they're like, hey, like you really got to boil this, you really got to get this down, this and this and this person didn't receive, this person is 60 and they're still trying to receive, do you really want to be that person? And you have to focus on this. And it's just a lot of like a lot of, you know, that, and a lot of sort of gaslighting that happens. My last attempt, I do succeed. I'm told. I go through the revivals, and if you had asked me prior to my name being announced that I received, if you had asked me like, hey AJ, do you really think that you spoke in tongues? I would have told you like, no, I don't think I did, but I know for sure that this time around I did try the most that I could. So what happens is that my name is actually announced. I was the first person announced for that round of revivals. And my immediate thought was not, okay, wow, I'm not an orphan. I'm not, I'm on the path to salvation, blah, blah, blah. I've completed this step. My first thought was literally like, thank God this is over. Like, I don't like this attention on
Right.
me as some sort of like immature spiritual person in the church. And, I just don't, I was just really like glad it was over for me.
Oh man, because all of that
Yeah.
pressure finally, like everyone's gonna get off your back a little bit because now you did the revival
I've,
successfully.
I've,
That's
I've, yeah,
crazy. And you think your concern would be more like, oh yeah, finally I'm saved. But like no, like you were just like, I'm so done with this. By the time you failed 3 or 4 times, it's like it's a very exhausting process. So that's so crazy. So like that makes sense to me that in the back of your mind that could have been kind of a moment of like, wait a second, uh,
yeah. So in my head, I could have thought I just tricked all these people. I didn't intentionally try to trick them. Other people have
right.
reported that they have successfully tricked pastors that come and listen to you to see if you're speaking in tongues. Some people have reported that, but and in my head, it wasn't that I was trying to trick anyone, but in my head, it was like, okay, I'll put in a certain amount of effort, but very personally, which I know if I spoke in tongues or whatever, I don't think I did. I don't feel like any sort of transformation within myself.
Right,
Um,
right.
it wasn't, I didn't feel a if you know moment. It was like, no, I went through the ordeal. I might fail again, I might not get announced, but then I get called and I'm like, okay, well, whatever. Like, I don't even care if it happened or not. It was just like, I'm just so happy that it's over with. I don't have to go through this anymore.
Absolutely,
Hmm.
absolutely. So tell me the next thing you remember that was kind of like
Hmm.
um uh causing you to doubt or question
Hmm.
more
So
intensely.
this revival bit that we're talking about is like 2009, 2011, somewhere there. The next real significant thing that happens is towards the tail end of 2014 when Samuel is very ill, and there's just and the whole focus on church is just like pray for Samuel all the time, and
And that
we're
was
gonna
the
have 24.
apostle at the time. The
Yeah,
top dog was the
yeah.
apostle, and he was very sick at the time. So just clarifying. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he was in place from 1964 to 2014, so 50 years of reigning, and basically he was sick in those last years, but for sure in those last months. And the church, obviously, the ministers or whatever, they weren't explaining what exactly was wrong with him, but
Right.
just that God was deciding to inflict this on him, and because God is deciding to inflict this on him, God is trying to call us to attention and make sure that we better have our shit together, because the apocalypse may come right now,
Right.
and
Right.
the end times may come right now. Like that was the thing. So uh I just remember being an undergrad, and I think it was the start of my second year in undergrad, and like feeling myself like really sort of bounce between just a lot of interesting contexts, where I was going to college and I was just learning a bunch of things in rooms full of like 500 people, and it wasn't church, and I was just like, these people are here like educating themselves, and they come from all over the planet,
Right.
and this isn't like high school. This is just a different like learning environment, and the professors have tenure, and guess what? They're just going to say whatever the fuck they want.
Right.
It's not
Right.
like they're shackled to a textbook that came from some committee somewhere.
The
These are
Catholic
people that
Church
are,
paid them.
yeah, yeah. These are people that are like actually like really educated people who have distinguished themselves in the world and have earned this spot as professors, to speak to the young minds of a gigantic group of people day in and day out. That
Right.
really like spoke to me, and so I found myself like in weird contexts where I was doing that and just feeling like really open to a lot of things, but then also being really um siloed into this one like weird church, and like on like the side of the freeway that looked like a Roman temple, where we were praying for some like sick old Mexican man way over here
Right.
who was said to have magic powers and whatever, but he's still sick, and it's just like, can he do something about it? Well, can it was just a lot. So for sure a lot happened there. He dies in early December 7th, 2019. No, December 2014, sorry. He dies there. And I remember when he dies, everyone makes immediate plans to go to Guadalajara to go honor his body, to go like pray and whatever, for some sort of funeral. And while I'm there, I don't remember too much of when I was there, but the feeling in the air was one of dread, where it's like, wow, the God's man on earth is dead. Does this mean there are no keys to heaven? Does this mean that we're all shut out of this? It's really traumatic, and it's a lot of thoughts went through a lot of different people's heads while they were in the Hermosa Provincia, in the beautiful province, that week. But I know that I eventually got to see that man's body. There were lines and lines to go. They put his body in the middle of the big white wedding cake church right in the center. Right. And there was lines and lines of hours of waiting, of people going at all hours of the day to go and just walk past it, look at his body and go and pray or something like that. It was just really, it was weird. I got to see his body for sure. But one thing that happened on our way to Guadalajara is that my family, we lived in Texas. We drove up to the border, and then up at the border, we just took a bus. And it was this was just the quickest way that we could get there, and the bus was going to travel overnight. One of the things that happened on the bus is that we saw an accident on the street. We weren't involved in it, but we saw an accident where a woman and her son or her grandkid or something like that were hit by a big vehicle, and they immediately died. And I literally saw that right in front of my eyes. That was the first time I had ever seen something like that. I saw I heard the noise, and I instantly saw what it was. And that was really difficult because we were just already going through this whole spiritual mishmash of stuff in our head regarding the death of the apostle. And then me on my way to go, hang out, to go view his body and go focus with this community around what just happened, around this, this other thing happens to them. And so then, I'm in Mexico, and I'm thinking, I was like, well, that's kind of unfair. Have those people heard of the apostle? Right. And I was like, is God just being really shitty to us like that? The way my parents took it, and the way they explained it to my family, and the way that my family spoke about it was no, that was the devil trying to scare us, trying to scare us into getting out of it, into making us doubt or whatever. Or maybe it was a sign from God that he was trying to show us that hey, this is a moment of reckoning. You better buckle down, because that could have been you. Something it was really gross and just ugly. But yeah, before Samuel's death, and for sure around Samuel's death, I was exiting mentally so much. Right. And it just became a matter of time of just finding certain thinkers and certain writers to read, not that didn't know exactly about my church, but that spoke about religion at large. And right. It was just a matter of time for me to keep going to my classes and focusing on school, staying away from church because it was really boring. But then on the side, I was also no, I want to listen to certain people, help me dismantle these ideas that my church was really hammered into me over the years. And right. And then also on the sort of university campus, I would meet people from other religions, and and then I think to myself, I was like, this dude comes from X part of the world, and he's basically like me, or he could have been, or I could have been him, where I'm where I could have been super adamant about this one little corner that I come from, and the story that I grew up in, entrenched in. At some point, just I recognized in undergrad, I was like, I can't be this stupid. My world cannot be this small. Right. It is possible for my parents to be wrong. It is possible for a lot of people, for the hundreds of people that I grew up with, to be wrong, and to have just bad ideas in their head. I don't know. I was just really grateful that I somehow really liked school, stayed in it, and then got a little too curious, and the curiosity started to eat away at this set path that everyone had me on.
It just kind of snowballed, right? So tell me about when, unless there's anything else relevant to share, when you got to that point where you were like, I don't want to be a part of this, but you had to stay in for a while, for your family and everything, what emotions you were going through and how you tried to handle that situation. Because I'm like, that's so hard. It's so hard. I know it was so hard for me. You have to fake it at first.
yeah, it was just a lot of faking, just put up a facade. When you're on this side of town at the university, you can do whatever you want, and you're going between classes, and
Yes.
you're pretty much out of like supervision from local church members or something like that, because church members didn't live in that side of the neighborhood, and I don't think any other church member went to that school. But
Right.
but hey, at the end of the day, you're going to commute back to your community, and you're going to go to this, and you're going to check in here, and you're going to look like a nice kid. It was really, it wasn't nice. There was a lot of compartmentalization of who I was, and putting up different fronts for different people. And then at the same time I was working, and so it was like that's also a sort of constraint on your energy and your ability to have free time and think for yourself and explore and sort of go out and explore yourself in different social contexts outside of church. A curfew and all that crap. And then I eventually I graduate undergrad in 2018 with 2 degrees, and it was really nice, because it was just like, wow, like I'm done with this. My next step is to go to graduate school, and I go to graduate school at this school that I'm already at, but actually there's a better school elsewhere. But the thing is that school is going to be X amount of hours away from the nearest church. And so because of my obligations and whatnot, like, it's like I'm only going to be able to go once a week on the Sunday, and I'm going to waste a lot of time driving back and forth. And it wasn't nice, but just one way or another, I happened to survive those years of undergrad of just like putting up a facade and stuff. I happened to survive it. And now it's one where it's like, no, I my time is mine, and I have my own ideas, my own sort of spiritual or just grander ideas of who I am in this world and what to do with other people. So late 2018 to 2019, that school year was my first year of undergrad over here in Pennsylvania. And then for that summer, that first summer after my first year of graduate school, so 2018 to 2019, that was my first year of graduate school. And then that summer I returned back to, it was May, the semester was over, my first year was over, and I was going to return back to Houston and go hang out in Houston and do research and hang out with my family and read books and, do my stuff while on the break. But my mom was like, no, you should, it's May, you should go to Guadalajara to go celebrate Nason's birthday. And so I did go, and I saw Nason like a month before his arrest. And I went, and I went not because I wanted to see Nason and hang out in church stuff. I went because I wanted to see my family and hang out and eat good food and stuff. So then I returned home. And then I'm there a couple weeks. And then in early June, this whole thing breaks out. And that was a very interesting day. June 4th, Tuesday, was when the church found out. That was when the bishops like announced like, hey, our dude is arrested. But he was really arrested Monday, June 3rd, 2019. So the Tuesday, I wake up at 5 a.m. so I can go to church, because I just wanted to get it out of the way, because I knew at the end of the day, my parents were going to be like, hey, go to church in the afternoon. Hey, go to church. But for me, I woke up that day. I went at 5 a.m. just to get it out of the way. I probably went home, took a nap. Then I either read books all day long, because that's just, that's what I wanted to do for homework. Or I went to school and I did research or something. But basically, it was Tuesday afternoon. My folks were like, hey, let's go to church. And I said, nope, I went this morning. I just want to hang out and read books. And they said, okay, I guess that's fair. Because you went today, we get it, right? But then we get a text, and we get a random text from the bishops or, the network. And they're like, hey, everyone, there's an emergency meeting at church, go. And I didn't know that it was an emergency meeting for everyone all over the world. I didn't know that. Right. It was just, I thought it was just for us in Houston. So my idea in going was, well, first I was like sitting outside and reading, and I remember the exact thing I was reading and what I thought when I read this text. My first thought was like, oh, well, I guess Nason's visiting Houston like in a couple of days, and they're gathering us together so that we can decorate and like get a red carpet, and like a lot of like that happens, a bunch of crap like that. My dad picks me up and he drives me to church, and on the way there he tells me, he's like, yeah, so the apostle, do you know why we're going? I was like, no, what's up? I don't know, is he visiting or what? Like, is there like a special event? I don't know what. He says, yeah, he was arrested in Los Angeles on some charges. He didn't specify what, or I think he probably did specify, but then I'm sitting in front of but then, I'm in church, and then I'm sitting in front of this TV, like right in front, and the church is full. Everyone's going to get the same little 5-minute message. I'm not too sure how long it was. It was just something small,
Sure, sure.
And it's the bishops, and they're saying like, peace of the Lord to everyone. We're here to announce that the apostle was arrested in Los Angeles. You're not to read the news. We are your only source of information. And for the next 24 hours, or until he is released, it was worded as that. He's like, until he's released, we're going to have a 24-hour prayer, which means that like every hour, there was going to be a little prayer, a little singing and prayer for like 15, 20 minutes, every hour throughout the night.
Wow.
And they said, so that little message was kind of short. And then I believe the local like pastor gets up to the podium. And he's like, well, you heard them, you and everyone, sign up with these two people here. They have the clipboards, and we're going to set up a little like schedule for everyone.
Wow.
Just crap like that. So then eventually I get home. We're outside of church that right after that message, and I tell my parents, I'm like, hey, can I take the car home? And I take the car home. I'm the first person home. I have some privacy. I immediately like start reading everything. I start Googling something like Nasson Joaquin arrested, and then I read the 26-page report from Javier Becerra, the Attorney General of California at the time, and and it has like the prosecutors' names and whatnot, and it's explaining things, and it's telling the names of the co-defendants, and then I start to read like the AP, the Associated Press, has its like own little story, and it's just like a very vanilla, just here are the facts. This dude's arrested, and then I was like, oh, this is weird. Like I've never seen this dude have so much media attention on him. And then
are you thinking at the time, because you're already kind of mentally out, right? So what are you thinking at the time, like he might be innocent, or are you like thinking, oh no, he probably is a bad dude and my parents need to know about this? Or what are you kind of thinking?
My first thought was like, I was like, yeah, so why was he arrested? And I go home and I read, and it's like, oh, my first thought was like, oh, he's from Mexico. Was this some sort of passport issue, some sort of something?
Right.
But maybe the government's trying to blow it up into something more. But no, like, well, actually, not even is the government trying to blow it up into something more. That was never part of my thinking. But I was like, yeah, this is some sort of immigration thing, or right, he brought. Right. I don't know. He brought a pocket knife onto the plane or something. Like, I don't know.
Right. Something that could be explained.
Yeah, something easy, but no, it was something of that grave extreme. And I immediately, when reading, I was very calm. I don't remember what I thought, but I was just absorbing it and thinking like, yeah, something's happening here. And so eventually I also discover the Ex-LLDM subreddit that night. And I just keep reading.
Before we keep going, just if people haven't watched the other videos, at the time in 2019 of Nasson's arrest, it was 26 accounts of human trafficking, sex trafficking, child pornography, production of child pornography, rape, like just horrific, like literally like the worst things you could be charged with possible. Okay, so you got on the subreddit. Keep going.
I just got on the subreddit. I started reading all the hot posts. I would read the new ones. I would filter by like the most the posts with the most engagement ever since the inception of the subreddit, since February 2017 is I think when it started. But I just started reading a lot, and I started and people are out, and I saw people like were posting anonymous. People had sort of little aliases that they were putting. People were talking about certain things, and I was like, hey, that sort of little ceremony or bit of theology is pretty crappy. And I was like, yeah, I felt that too. I would read for a week or two and just sort of stay silent and just keep going to church that summer. And then around late June is when I started posting, and that's when I was just like, I started to develop my own little voice there. And not to brag or anything, but of all the people on the Ex-LLDM subreddit, I have the highest karma. It's gigantic, and karma being like the sort of engagement, likes, and
right. So you've been commenting a lot, helping, posting a lot, like really supporting and helping people in that subreddit.
So on one end, I do say that to like show off, where it was like, I'm a pretty smart kid and I get to talk trash in this really cool way. But on another end, like I actually really mean that to point out that like, the subreddit became really important for me in terms of just
Yeah.
recognizing that I wasn't alone. And and then there were times, afterwards where I would go to church and I would look at the crowd and I was like, damn, there has to be someone in here who also goes to that subreddit. Like there has to be. Who the heck is it? Do they even know it would be me? Um,
Right.
yeah, so that was really important for me. I engaged a lot there. There was news being shared there, sort of discussions being had. Sometimes there's like a little fun like side conversation where people sort of vent about little funny things that they remember thinking when they grew up, and
Sure, sure.
it made me feel less alone. So yeah, long story short, I'm there all summer, and I'm seeing things happen. And off to the side, when I have privacy, I'm on the subreddit posting things. And um, in those early months, I would lie a little bit, or at least mislead a little bit in my posts. Not to say that I was making crap up. I was saying things like,
Right.
sometimes I would post in Spanish to make it seem like I lived in Mexico. Sometimes I would say
Oh,
I
right.
have multiple siblings, multiple women siblings, but really, I don't. And then, just to just to obscure myself a little bit.
Right,
Um,
right. And
and
for what
Mhm.
purpose was that? Or
Because there were actual goons who would go there to try to figure people out, or there were goons who would show up, read things, make their own account, and then try to talk to the newer members of the subreddit in order to get them to reveal what their identity is, stuff like that.
so they
So
were trying to, so there's kind of like infiltration happening in the subreddit,
yeah,
right?
yeah, there
And
is. I haven't seen too much of it lately, but still, like we're always careful to remind people that this has happened before, and
right.
be careful, watch your back.
And what's their goal in infiltration? Like trying to convert people back, but are they trying to out members to their families or
Out
like,
members to their families.
oh gosh,
Yeah,
that's
so
so awful.
let me get to how I was outed.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
So so that's the summer of 2019. In August, I returned back to school, so I'm far from my family. I do see the last time I went to church was August 14th, 2019, and that's when I saw Adoraim, the son of Nasson, try to give his own little attempt at running the Holy Supper that year. I saw that was my last day. A few days later, I text my family and I tell them, I was like, "Hey, with all due love and respect," it was just like a few sentences. It was just a nice chunk of a paragraph on my phone. It was just, "Hey, with all due love and respect, I'm not going to that church anymore. Um, um, I know that you've been taught to cut me off and blah blah blah, but I promise you that I do this for good reasons." And then I also, the last sort of thing that I said was like, I'm not going to answer any messages for like a day. So if you want to say anything, you can say it, but I'm not going to touch it for this amount of time. I want you to sit with this. And again, like, I love you. You sandwich it. Just, I love you. Here's this. I love you. And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
I sent that, and I stopped going to church. That I didn't go to church that Sunday. I just hung out at school and did my thing. And then, obviously my family would try to send me messages and like, but no, by that point they only knew that I stopped going. That's all they knew. And
Right.
so
And
their approach to that was,
were you, before you keep going, were you afraid of their reaction? Like, were you scared to see
yeah,
things that
definitely,
happened?
definitely. That was a definite weird day. I went through so many drafts of that one little message, and it's just
Right.
like just dumb, very vanilla language. But it was just like, no, I want to use brave. It was like, do I use bravery or courage? It just got really. I
Yes.
was scared. I was definitely scared, and I
It's
knew the
so
consequences of
scary.
it. And I knew, like, I was like, yeah, when I say this, they're gonna really cut me off. But they actually didn't cut me off. They spoke to me, but way less often. And of course, when they did speak to me, it wasn't through phone calls. It was just a bunch of text messages, and it was just like, "Hey, hope you're doing well. This and this. Please read this. Look, here's this Bible verse. Here's this picture. Here's this
Right.
thing of Bible verses that you can read." Um, so August 2019, all they know is that I stopped going.
Right.
And so I leave it like that. And then by the time it's like winter 2019, they start asking, was like, "Are you going to come over to hang out with us?" And it was weird because I had to negotiate it with them. I was like, "Well, you guys know I don't go to church. I'm happy to go and spend Christmas with you, but one stipulation: don't you dare mention anything about church to me." Now, mind you, I wasn't going to say, I didn't say that I was like a critic yet or that I was whatever, but I just told him that I was like, I will hang out with you. I'm a part of this family, and it would be totally normal and fun and stuff. But don't you dare like invite me to church or tell me anything about it.
Right.
And so I went and I hung out with them for like a week, and they stuck to it. But of course, like prior to me leaving, it was my last day on the way to the airport and stuff. They were saying things like, "Hey, you know, just got church and this and this and this and this."
Right. Right.
Yeah, it was gross. So fast forward to early March 2020. In mid-February, I meet a local journalist who's a student here at Penn State, and she works with the Daily Collegian, which is just a small university newspaper.
Right.
And we meet, and then she sort of she learns about this like cult thing, and she's like, "Cool, can we write a story about this?" And I said, "Yes, but here's how we're gonna do it. Don't show my face. You can show a silhouette of my face. Don't give identifying information about me, too much of it. We only get left certain bits of it in the story, and I can send a link to this, and you can read it for yourself. But I also said, like, yeah, don't call me AJ. My name is Alex, and this and this. So yeah, we do an interview. We do an interview that's recorded, and then she types something up, and then sends me. I don't know if she sends me a draft. I don't think she sent me a draft of it, but you know, she understood the stipulations that I had, and then this thing. So there was three purposes for me doing it. One, I wanted other people on the campus, if they were going to read the story, I wanted other people on the campus to recognize that, yeah, I'm not the only person in the cult. This person's in a cult also. Right. I can reach out to Alex, me, through the journalist. And that's one reason I did it. A second reason I did it was like, I just wanted more public like attention on the case. I just loved, like, I wanted more, if people were interested in this stuff, they could, you know, read the story and, you know, learn about this cult. And I think my third reason was it was also like a trap to La Luz del Mundo members in this way. So, you know, it's a silhouette of my face, and you can't really tell it's me, obviously. If you knew me and then you read that thing, you would know it was me. But if you read that thing and you didn't know it was me, and you don't know me, then, like, you know, you wouldn't know it was me. So, so this thing drops, this story, and we can link it again. It drops on the last Friday of February, so maybe the 28th or something of 2020. And then that was a Friday. It drops around like midday. I read it, and I'm like, damn, there it goes. That's really cool. I'm probably I didn't think that people would latch onto it so quickly, but by the next Tuesday, so just a handful of days later, I speak to one of my parents. One of my parents like calls me, and they're like, "Hey," no, they said they sent a text. They said, "Hey, call me when you have a chance." And I called them. I say, "What's up?" And they're like, "Hey, were you speaking to the local newspaper or something about it?" And I was like, "Yep, that's me." And they're like, "You can't do that. Can you please stop doing that?" And I was like, "No, this and this and this." And they told you not to read information, and they're telling you to cut people off like me. And I was like, "I'm sorry, but like, I know too much, and you've been told not to know anything at all. And I have to do what I have to do. I'm too smart to like be stuck in this stupid thing." Right. And I'm too smart to be stuck in this stupid thing. And I'm too like compassionate and understanding to let other people like be stuck in this thing, especially like my family. So that conversation doesn't last really long. It's like 20 minutes. It's pretty like devastating to like play back in my head. But yeah, the last words that I told this person was like, "I am not stopping." I said it like 3 times. I was like, "I'm not stopping." And to my credit, the whole time that I was on the phone, my voice was like low. It was just normal, just you know, just really boring. There's no screaming, no raising the voice, no calling people names or anything. It was just like, "Hey, yeah, you found my guns, so to speak, and I'm sorry, I'm sticking to them. Deal with it." And so the way they dealt with it was like, I got kicked off the phone plan. No one called me for months from my family, my direct family, not until like, I'm actually not gonna get into that, but for absolute months, they actually have not spoken to me. And up until the present day, well over a year, just about like is it a year and a half? Almost a year and a half. They've not spoken to me at all. But so here's the interesting thing though. It's like, I had a post on the subreddit in February 2020 that I called Operation Trojan Horse, which is basically like, "Hey, So you people here on the subreddit, I have an idea. How about you just get little pieces of paper, write the URL to the subreddit, to the XL, reddit.com/x/r/Ex-LLDM. How about you get those little papers, fold them, and then just leave them like on the bench, or go to the bathroom and in the middle of church, go, do your junk, and then leave a little piece of paper there. Someone else is going to find it, and they're going to think like, oh my God, someone in this church is like, trying to like, is a dissenter. And other ideas was like, and I wasn't telling people to do graffiti or nothing like that. I was just like, just leave little pieces of paper, leave it in the little pocket behind the bench, leave it on someone's car, maybe. Just do that to sort of, at least wake someone up. That's what I called it, Operation Trojan Horse. Of course, there are people on the subreddit that there are people that visit the subreddit that belong to the church, and they just read things there to like, to just sort of see what we're up to and what we're thinking about. Someone read Operation Trojan Horse prior to it happening on a certain Sunday in February. Yeah. I think it was February. And on their Facebook page, sort of defending the apostle and whatever, they're like, by the way, the bitter apostles are planning to leave little pieces of paper. So if you see them, throw them away or don't even open them. Be careful of what little trash you're picking up around church, stuff like that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So that happened.
Blowing up. Yeah.
I had a couple people who belonged to that group of that one or two Facebook groups, and they would send it to, and they would take a screenshot and send it to my account. They're like, hey, by the way, you had this little thing happening. But this group over here knows what you're doing. So I set that up from the money store account on Reddit. That is on. I put that on Reddit, and if people who follow Ex-LLDM and try to track people down will know this is how they got to me. They got to me through, okay, there's the money store account on Reddit that has set up this Operation Trojan Horse thing.
Right.
And there's this random story in the Daily Collegian that shows up on Google News or something, on Google News, that, and then if you read the little article, this person's anonymous. Oh, but they claim that they did Operation Trojan Horse. So it's basically
and then some people knew you from,
and then some people knew me,
and it all came. It all came to a front. Oh my god.
Yeah. So these things triangulate, and for me, again, like my Daily Collegian story was, it was just with the local little university newspaper. I wasn't talking to the New York Times. I wasn't talking to like Ronan Farrow and the New Yorker. I wasn't talking to the Atlantic. I was talking to just a small little newspaper in the middle of Pennsylvania at a school where no La Luz del Mundo members go to, at Penn State. And of course, like the only way that anyone's gonna, this story was ostensibly only supposed to be found by people within the school who read the paper. But if you're someone who's tasked with finding people out and trying to like criticize all the journalists and keep track of all the bad news stories that come out about your church, you're going to stumble upon this story on like Google News. If you put, I tested it, if you put La Luz del Mundo on Google News, sort by recent, and you'll find it. Like that's how they would find it, I'm pretty sure. And then of course it's like, well, someone just put the time in to read this thing, gather the details, think of like all the directions, and try to triangulate to see who found out. So the story dropped on a Friday, and then by the Tuesday was my family told me. They're like, hey, we've been told, they didn't tell me who, but hey, we've been told that you're talking trash, etc. And yeah, that for me, like when that happened, that immediately like confirmed for me that like, wow, there are really people out there who are trying to out dissenters, who are really trying to like find out the identities of people online. And these are just people online like me who are just talking about bad experiences and criticizing the church and so on. We aren't actual victims in like the criminal case, but nevertheless, like they still have time to come and look for us. I can only imagine how much more difficult it has been for like the Jane Does and the John Does who are involved in the current criminal case, who, are trying to be like found out and sniffed out. So yeah. That story happens. I have that conversation with my family. It's at that point that they completely cut me off. And it was weird because in coronavirus happens, and it's just like, wow, like they're really not reaching out to me, like to ask me if I'm okay. Cause I'm like 3 hours away from New York. I'm in the backyard of this like coronavirus like hotspot.
Oh, absolutely.
And then it was eventually like my birthday, and it was like, wow, these people really aren't reaching out to me. And then it was like a sort of graduation from my master's, and I didn't walk or anything, but they knew that at some point I was going to get my master's at some point, and they just didn't reach out. And so that's basically what's been the case in terms of my personal relationship to them since then. But like, again, but even like apart from that, I think one of the most important things that is that happens and that keeps me driving is that I get to help other people like get out of this organization. Like, I get to consume the news in a certain way and digest it. And I'm training to be a historian, so I have some sort of writing skills, and like I get to speak and talk about these things, articulate them in a certain way for other people to digest, and like ideally have some dominoes like fall in their head. So basically since then, it's for me, it's been contact with journalists, contact with other people within the organization, setting up things, doing interviews where I show my face and show my like name, and like hopefully that spreads in the way gossip spreads, but through that network of like gossip, maybe it'll like spark something up in certain people.
Right.
Yeah, that's basically what it's come down to. And I don't know, I really wouldn't have it any other way. I feel very lucky to have been able to get out of the organization at this nice like young age. And mind you, it still robbed me of a lot, but it didn't rob me so much as it has other people, like who's some people are literally like just elderly, and they've just been stuck in this whole thing. And I don't know, we just have to let's pretend and fantasize that Nasson is not going to be convicted, that he gets off on some other technicality, some sort of other crap that happens, like no matter what, like even right now while the iron is still hot, like people like myself and other folks just have to keep hammering at it, to get more people out, and just try to create that sort of I am Spartacus moment wherever we can.
That's amazing. That is, oh my gosh, that is insane how that all played out with the Reddit and everything. I'm just like, holy oh my God. Okay, so I had a couple thoughts I want to share, and one thing I want to say is thank you for having the bravery to come out and put your face out there and say, this is who I am, and this is what I this is how I feel. And it's so hard to do that, and a lot of people looking from the outside might not get how hard it is. But like I feel like it was really hard for me as a Mormon, but it's just that much harder for a La Luz del Mundo ex-member, because like it's just a much more strict shunning policy, and the members are almost kind of just a little bit more aggressive toward ex-members than you see like with Mormonism. And so there's just that much more pressure that's put on you when you're speaking out about these things, that people can reach out to you and say or try to do terrible things when you're trying to take a stand like this, and they can do it with this righteous indignation that them trying to tear you down is rightfully so, because here you are taking down the Lord's apostle, the most precious man on earth. So I totally commend you for that, and for all of your service toward the Ex-LLDM community. I think, personally, I've really enjoyed hearing your story, because it's just another reminder that like, I'm not alone, right? That I'm not the only one that grew up with this religious framework that I didn't totally feel one with. And I did feel one with it for a long time, but then I came to a point in my life where I was like, this just doesn't feel right anymore. And I'm not the only one, and it's not me that's necessarily the problem. So tell me, if you have any closing thoughts. I would also really love to hear if you have any advice to anyone who maybe is on the fence about leaving their high demand religion. If you have any advice to them, and any other closing thoughts. Thank you so much for everything today.
So it's thank you for having me. This has been we've talked a lot today, and it's just freaking awesome. And I just hope this is like really helpful for other folks, because like we live in the 21st century, and like we just can't have our worlds like be this small and dumb in the way that certain people try to hammer it into us. my sort of advice to anybody who's like sort of on the fence about certain things, or like are trying to, or maybe beginning to question their own sort of religious context and so on, it's I'd advise you to just keep investigating, and just don't take like these easy answers that people can try to provide you. In my experiences with religious dogmatism and the way that I've experienced it has led me to the point where I've kind of basically like I've literally like abandoned all religious faith. I consider myself a non-believer, an atheist, whatever term you have. And mind you, that's really difficult because religions are not put on this earth. Sorry. That makes it sound like there's a God. But religion, religions answer certain things for people, and it basically kind of boils down to two like really important questions. One is like the question of, okay, I'm born, I'm conscious, I didn't choose to be conscious, I'm just like here, I'm gonna be here for some amount of time. What does this mean? Where do I come from? Like that's a gigantic question. Yeah. That's just the driving question behind so many things. And then the second question that religions, try to provide answers for is, okay, well, I'm here, I'm conscious, I'm alive, I'm going to be here for a set amount of time, I'm going to die. I've seen other people die and their bodies go away, and their voice is gone, and like their presence is gone, and like what happens? That's coming from me too. What happens? Those things are scary, and honestly, like the universe. This is kind of like harsh to say, but the universe is just doing its thing. The things just happen, and it's under no obligation to like make sense to you at all. If anything, like you have an obligation to yourself to try to make sense of it for sure. But one of the ways that I think one of the just most like important ways that like humanity can make sense of everything happening around itself right now is to get rid of the easy ways that humanity has tried to make sense of it all. Like these ideas that we have about holy books from like thousands of years ago, like we just can't like right now in the 21st century, we can't like anchor ourselves to conversations about the universe in the way that they were being had way back then. Or even like in the way that Joseph Smith was trying to have them years ago, or like, or even in the way that like Eusebio was like trying to sell, back like almost a century ago. Like we just can't like submit to that. The world is gigantic, and it's incredibly scary, and like horrific things happen, and bad people like literally get away scot-free their whole lives for so many things, and so many bad things happen to very innocent and good people. That absolutely, but we just can't concede to these like very small bubbles. Like we just can't. There's this really cool quote by Confucius that I love. It's we have two lives. The second one begins when you realize that you actually only have one. And so like what it is for me, it's been like, just are you really going to bog yourself down in that one religion that you were born into? Why don't you like really challenge it? Even if it's scary, challenge it, just even for the sake, frame it as like you doing it for the sake of really like solidifying why you believe in it, and be open to the fact that eventually, you may find something that completely disturbs you, but that should not eat away at why you're trying to do this for yourself and for your family, and just for yourself. Another thing I'd say is I'm not sure, but just have that tenacity. People will love it, and people will recognize it in you, and it gets and as lonely as like it can be, and the consequences that come from it, like there is some sort of peace that you at least get to live in your head, that there's a sort of like peace of mind that you get to have in your head the rest of your life, where you're thinking like, well, at the very least, I feel like I'm doing the best that I can. Yeah. And like we just can't fold to like to bad ideas, and like treat your going back to like the quote from the other video, it's like please like treat yourself with dignity. Like you deserve dignity. You are not your thoughts. And so when the thoughts come in, do they threaten your dignity? How do you how do the thoughts and the ideas threaten your dignity? How do you test them? Well, you test them with scrutiny. Like just put them up to the fire and just see how things play out, and just like meet people from like all over the world, and recognize that you are just one drop in the bucket of like 7 billion people on this earth, and you're one of like 100 billion people who have walked this planet over the history of the world. It's just it's like, even if it's scary and if it doesn't make sense to you, like at least just recognize those things and just, you know, live with them. You know, that'll bring like a lot to you. There's probably a lot more I can say, but I'm kind of scrambled in my head now.
Oh, it's all good. We've been talking for a long time. AJ, thank you so much. I wanted to comment on just a couple things and then we'll shut this down. But like you said, it's like when you're looking into these things, you know, maybe looking into the background of your church or whatever, or what the media says, you know, one thing you got to realize is that you might be afraid to do so because you might find information that you really don't like or that really upsets you. But ultimately, truth is truth. And whether you know about that information or not is your choice, right? You can choose to, you know, research about Nasson and learn about all of these accusations and all of that. Or you can choose to remain ignorant. But the truth is out there, whether you are willing to look at it or not. And ultimately, I don't think we should be afraid of truth. I think that we should be open to truth, because whether you like the truth or not, it just is. And so if you can, you know, have that kind of perspective, it can really help you. And one more thing I'll say too is that like AJ said, you know, you're one drop on this planet, and your whole experience of life, your perspective has been shaped by the people and the community that raised you. And that not everything you were taught could possibly be true. It just statistically is not possible. And so it's okay to question the things that you were taught growing up, whether it's religious or not, whether it's, you know, how to parent or how to be a spouse or how to, you know, how to be a woman or whatever. Like, it's okay to question the things you grew up with. And it's actually vitally important for us to move forward as a society. Because if we don't question, we're always just going to be hashing the same problems over and over again. So thank you, AJ, so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Awesome.
Oh my God. This is just like, just so much richness in all of these videos. I cannot wait to post these videos. Thank you to everyone who watched this. Please comment down below your thoughts about these videos that we've done. If you'd like me to do a live Q&A with AJ, comment down below and we could set that up. That would be super amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
And yeah, and hit the subscribe button, because I really do want to have AJ back as the trial begins for Nasson toward the end of September, unless it gets pushed back. I'd love to hear more updates from him about that. And thank you to our Patreon supporters who make this channel possible. And we will see you guys in the next video. Bye.
Yeah. Bye, everyone.